morning at the booth with Dai Wako.
Good morning, Mel. Well, we have a lot of quarterfinals and semifinals today. But waves actually building up compared to the yesterday. Little bit of onshore to start with, but still, there's size bigger and there's more push in it. So definitely, it'll be a big day of action.
Well, if the last few days were any indication, the wind and the conditions here, they're not really detrimental to the scoring quality of the waves. So even when you see some not so glassy surfaces on the ocean today, I'm pretty sure our surfers, especially our longboard semifinalists, will be able to score good waves. And before we start our first semifinal of the day, I think we have Jessie with the call. Jessie and True.
Yeah, good morning, guys. You got the Starling sisters to go through the call this morning. Obviously, True, we're used to having her in the booth with us, commentating with us, but she's taking on a different role this event. She's helping run the event, so we thought, why not get her run through what today's going to be?
Yeah, thank you, Jessie. Well, we're starting, which is great. We're going to roll straight with the women's longboard semi-finals and then into the men's longboard semi-finals, and then we'll go into the QS quarterfinals as well. Women's we're going to be first, and then the men's after that.
Okay, and talk to me about the conditions. Obviously, it's a little bit windier this morning. We're used to having really glassy offshores. Slightly different today, but it still looks quite fun.
I know, yeah, it's a little bit different today, and with this wind, we were thinking, from the conditions that we've seen from the last 3 or 4 days, it's gotten really windy towards the afternoon, so we were like, you know what, we're going to run the longboards. It's going to be the least windy now, hopefully, fingers crossed, if everything goes to plan, and then have the QS quarterfinals after that. So we'll see. It kind of got a little bit weird over the low tide, so we're just going to monitor it and see what happens, but hopefully we'll have a really good day of surfing and some semi-finalists and finals locked in.
She's not bad at that. She's pretty good. All right, there's the morning call, guys. We got fun waves, a full 12 heats to run today, so let's get into it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Starling sisters. Ever so lovely. Our days just brighten up seeing those smiles. And before we start this first semi-final, we also have a pretty sick highlights reel coming up. My favorite day of competition so far, actually, Dai. Would you say so yourself?
Yeah, of course. We've seen a lot of action from longboard side as well as the shortboard side, and we're seeing a lot of airs as well and big maneuvers, as you can see in the highlights. So, yeah, that's a great highlight from yesterday, and definitely we're gonna have another great day today.
It's my favorite day so far until maybe today, because it looks to be that today can top, if not match, but top yesterday's performances. And up on deck, up first, we have our first semifinal of the longboard QS1000. We have veteran surfer Natsumi Taoka from Japan going against somewhat our neophyte style queen Mara Lopez from La Union, Philippines. So interesting matchup. I don't think I've seen them surf one-on-one before.
And then I had a post-hit interview with Mara yesterday, and she said she was stoked to be in the semifinals, and especially up against Natsumi because is her favorite surfers, favorite longboarders in
Lovely.
the women's division. So it's a it's exciting actually matchup because Natsumi, as on the tour for quite a long time, and Mara is still super young, right?
12 or 13
Yeah.
years old. She has her entire life ahead of her, practically. And that's a good insight. Thank you for sharing that. It's good to see that Mara's mind space right now is that she is stoked, she is excited. It's just too easy to get intimidated, especially if you're surfing against one of your idols, so to speak. So it's nice to see that she's feeling cool, relaxed. Maybe she's just gonna have fun and see where this heat takes her.
You know, I'm kind of wondering if she's super nervous or super excited or, how she's feeling right now.
Well, she tried to take a swing at that one, but it's not quite the lump she was looking for. But with her determined paddles, finding really more optimal positions in the peak, I think she's really confident. I think she wants to try to win against Natsumi.
Yeah, for sure. This is semi-final hit number 1. So if you make this, you're into final. So first wave, full blue Manuel Lopez, hang 5 to hang 10, quick in and out actually. Didn't, but on screen we have Natsumi Taoka up and riding this nice trim down the line. Decided to go to the left and gets the turn in. It's a nice way to start her campaign in the semi-final into the hit number 1. It's kind of tricky for longboarding because a little bit of onshore, a lot of bumps on the face. So yeah, it's a tricky condition for longboarders.
Tricky, but nothing that Natsumi cannot handle. So as we just saw, both of our surfers stood up on the same wave at that one, but Natsumi just getting the better end of the stick. She's been surfing Sabang Beach pretty long already, even though she's not from here. She knows how to navigate this section. Look at this, just sweeping back and up to the small floater and going to the inside section, and she knows she just has to finish it completely, and that's a good first score, I think. Meanwhile, Mara is a little bit impatient with this one. She tries to hurry her nose ride, and those steps are a bit mistimed, but not a big deal. This is where you adjust. You take all of the data. All of the mistakes are not really mistakes because you're always learning and you're building score after score, wave after wave.
And then we have a 25-minute heat today. They add
Pretty long.
extra 5 minutes into longboard division, so that's a good sign. You don't rush. You don't have to rush anything, and it's a man-on-man, so definitely there's a lot of time to think about. There's a lot of time to adjust, so definitely there's still plenty of opportunities for Mara Lopez as well.
So we are waiting for that score from Natsumi to drop. Again, we've talked plenty about how it is just so vital to see how the judges benchmark the scoring criteria for the rest of the day during the first heat of the day. Okay, and now we got it. That was just a 4.0 for Natsumi's opening wave. And interesting, just a few quick nose rides and nice engagement of the rail, but nothing too fancy, nothing too lethal yet from Natsumi.
Yeah, it was well, she can do it more. She
Definitely.
has more to show, but definitely 4.0 is just on point. She did a hang 5, quick hang 5, and she did get the finishing turn in, so definitely it wasn't above the 5-point range, but still it was a good ride. So 4 point is actually really strong score to start with. So yeah, that's set the tone for the rest of the heat.
Yes, but it's the semifinals, so you're kind of wanting to push the surfer some more. And I've seen this happen quite often with the men's longboard. Say with someone like J.R. Esquivel, like his opening wave is always something like an 8.0 already. And when you are up against J.R. one-on-one, you'd be pretty nervous. And here we go, Natsumi trying to scratch away at this one. Unfortunately, a bit of a backwash, just letting that wave escape in front of her. Mara now has priority. She can choose whatever wave she pleases.
A little bit of slow start from both Natsumi and Mara. 20, just under 20 minutes on the clock left in this heat.
See now, just observing Mara's body language, I see her kind of looking back to the beach pretty often. So I'm pretty sure her brothers Warren and RJ are signaling to her and probably whistling and trying to help as much as they can within the bounds of this competition. You know, just try to wave at Mara and see if a set is coming, she'd be first to spot it.
It's great to have your brothers or like coaches in your corner to give you a great insight of the waves.
Live action now. So Natsumi in better position to get this long right-hander. She goes straight to the nose. Nice, easy, composed cross steps and goes for another hang five and waits it out, becomes more patient. That's a nice big carve from Natsumi. And that's the thing with being a veteran seasoned surfer. You can really just feel how composed she is. She didn't rush through her cross steps. Those two hang fives that she was able to connect were very, very poised. But again, what did you think of this, Dai?
That's a beautiful work from Natsumi. Great hang five, quick step back and straight into the hang five again. And I love this rail walk there. Love that she engaged the rail really well to come out of the wave really clean. So that was a great surfing, and then definitely it'll be better than
her
the
second
first.
best score. And here we go, Mara, our girl from La Union, just driving down the line and shoots out of this one. Perhaps it got a little steep, it walled up in front of her. But yeah, she's just testing maybe the lefts, maybe the rights. Which is my stronger suit today, my front hand or my backhand? So still plenty of time for both of these surfers to adjust and just keep improving the scores they are putting up on the board.
It wasn't a great wave for Mara, but it was good that she kicked out really quickly so that she can regain the first priority over Natsumi.
And there she goes. She just gained priority again.
So that was a smart move actually. Sometimes you kind of, if you take off one wave and you kind of want to surf all the way to the inside or all the way to the shore. But that was a great move from Mara Lopez.
I agree. So that's some pretty smart surfing from our young surfer. And I guess both of them are kind of adjusting so much because, as we have noted, these conditions are very different from what we're used to when we run the longboard comps. No clean, glassy walls today, but even with some ruffled wind, you know, I think both of them are highly capable of pushing the scores to the excellent round. And we're just about to lock in Natsumi's second score, a 6.0. There you go. That's kind of more the range that these semifinal rounds are made of.
Right, that's right. You know, 6.0. That was a great surfing, and definitely 4.0 will be gone by the end of this heat from Natsumi Taoka. She's just slowly building up her scoreline right now.
And here we go now, Mara Lopez getting rid of her 1.0 and 2.5. Easy does it. She does not like the end of that one, so perhaps wave selection is letting down our young surfer.
She uses her first priority to get that one, but unfortunately didn't like the look of it. Yeah, she's kind of struggling to get the bright ones in this heat so far, but she's up and riding again.
Okay, take us through this one. Nice quick hang 5 to hang 10. Bends her knees, goes for that nice carve, just cutting back to this open section of the wave. Unfortunately, perhaps the lefts do not have much to offer this morning. This is the replay, Dai. I love those first two cross steps into the very committed hang 5 and hang 10, and Here, maybe she could have hit that section with a bit more commitment or force, but then yes, we see her body language. Not so happy with that one yet. What do you think, Dai?
A beautiful footwork, really tight in hang 5, and love the first stand. That was a critical section of the wave, so definitely it was a great combination. We haven't seen many big solid turns from the longboarding side, so definitely it was a great surfing.
And here on screen we see Kuya Jefferson de la Torre, and right beside him is world's number 8, J.R. Esquivel. And onto the other side we see the Inoues. They're waiting on Sakura's heat, which is coming up next. And interesting because Sakura is the younger Inoue sibling, the youngest. And she will be surfing against this man, Jefferson's daughter, also Daisy's daughter, Kyla de la Torre. So the next heat will be kind of a young guns heat.
Right.
So in our semifinals, it's actually just Natsumi who has had a lot of seasoned competition experience. Playing field's getting younger and younger. The
Right.
kids are getting better and better.
It's so growing really fast in the longboard industry right now. It's getting younger and younger. On screen we have live action from Natsumi.
Okay, that was nice opening carves. Here is the nice small cross steps footwork. Goes for the quick tip on the 5, and that I just had to stop myself there because that was breathtaking. That section just really opened up and almost swallowed her whole even. So let's take us through the replay.
Wow, it was one of the sets. It's way bigger size than yesterday, and she managed really well to stay in the pocket. And here, the wave just stood
There
up
you
so
go.
much. That was really scary wipeout from Natsumi. But she did a really, great job to just stay in the pocket. There's a lot of bump, but still, she was able to do
Lock
the
in
hang
quick
10,
five.
hang 5.
Yeah. Oh, good thing the board didn't roll over and, hit her head or something. No accidents, praying for a very safe competition all throughout. Here is Surfer in Blue looking like a committed paddle, but unfortunately she lets that one go. 12 minutes on the clock, and our surfer from La Union is chasing after a 6.85. This number is not a stranger to Mara Lopez. I've seen her really put down some strong 7s and 8s. And yeah, I really hope that she takes this experience with her, and I would love to see Mara grow into an athlete on her own, whereas now it's important to listen to your coaches, your brothers of course, but what we really want to see here is how you grow to be your own surfer with your own style, choosing your own waves.
Right, there's still 11 minutes and 30 seconds, so a lot of time left and a lot of waves coming through actually. So
It's just so different from
so
yesterday.
it's so different. And Mara's kind of struggling to get everything right and hasn't found the groove with the ocean yet.
Yeah, and look, she just looks so unsure. She has to check with her coaches first if is this the right spot to be sitting in. And there you go again. I think it's really, I just want her to have that self-confidence, that I have been surfing for a while now and I know I'm a capable surfer, so I can choose. I'm right here, right? I'm the one in the lineup, so I have a better sense of what's coming and what I should paddle for. But not to worry, she's very, very young, and I think when we were all younger, we really needed a couple of years of some mistakes, and here's someone who really, built on her mistakes in an early career and developed into such a strong competitive surfer. Nice smooth style from Natsumi, another quick hang 5, and committed, no steps, good footwork, back to the tail to be able to do that closing carve and still going, committed finish. That's what our judges like. Great wave from Natsumi.
Right, great wave from Natsumi. And on screen we have the next surfer getting ready with her brother Taka is on her corner. So that's a big coach,
Yes. And of course,
yeah.
Taka Mama.
Filming every day for Taka's family, we're sisters and brothers. It's great to see them traveling together.
Yes, and I really appreciate their effort to really go to all of these spots all around the world. It's not easy and definitely not cheap. All the hotels you have to book, the van transfers, the flights, of course, and I guess them sticking together as a family. They're bonded by surfing, and I love that. I love how committed the Inoue family is to surfing. We hope we see them again and again, and yes, maybe in La Union, they can't miss that event. It's a big one. They just announced it. It will be an international qualifiers for the World Longboard Tour. And here's someone from that home break, Mara Lopez, La Union, is watching all of those cross steps right now. Nice 5. That's more like it. That's the Mara that we know. And good save on that. Just excellent composure and balance. You can see that Mara has already so much power and strength in her. And here we go. Would you like to take us through this, Dai? Natsumi.
Beautiful footwork, nice 5, quick 10, and quickly step back and into the big turn and makes it so clean. So that was a great combination.
That was amazing, actually. These big sections are doubling up because of the backwash pulling further, but we have a bit of a paddle battle here. Both our surfers kicking even with their feet.
With 8 minutes remaining, this is a very important exchange between blue and red. You really want to get the first priority, especially Mara Lopez. She just had a good wave and she needs one more wave. The last wave still not locked in yet, but definitely she wants to get the first priority.
Yeah, because Natsumi made the requirement a little bit harder. Mara is now chasing after a 7.35 as Natsumi's second to the last wave actually improved her 4.0. It was a 4.5.
Definitely the 4.5 will be gone because the last ride was pretty big combination from Natsumi. So, Mara probably needs a little more than 7.35.
That was such a big floater from Natsumi.
Yes.
Great surfing from our lady surfers today.
Still waiting for the last wave from two surfers, and these both of them will be improving their scoreline. Actually, Mara had a great run on the last wave. She did a great hang 5 and hang 5 and a quick hang 5. So that was a great exchange between them.
And here's a tender moment between Daisy and Kyla, mother and daughters, athlete and coach. And I love the bond between these two. It's almost as if they're sisters or they're just best friends. And I've actually seen Kyla grow up to be this very graceful, elegant, poised young lady. And it wasn't always automatic for Kyla to want to get into surfing, following the footsteps of her parents when she was younger. But eventually, when she started to like it and enjoy it, and soon enough, she was actually defeating Daisy in finals during the national competitions. And I just know how Ate Daisy is so proud of Kyla. And I remember her telling me one time that she didn't even think it would happen so quick. She knew one day Kyla would be able to defeat her in surfing, but she didn't think it would happen so quick while Kyla was still so young.
Right. So that's a great story. But even she's lost, but it's her daughter. So she's
It
pretty
feels
happy.
like a win. She didn't lose anything at all.
The last exchange is interesting. 5.25 for the last of Natsumi and 4.9 for Mara Lopez's last wave. So there's still a little bit of a gap, but Mara did a great job to lower the requirement now. Now only needs 6.35.
6.35, and she is very, very capable of doing that. See, her locking in a 4.9 is just the testament to how she's capable of really gathering her bearings and just going after these big scores. And if she could just lock in and, channel all her focus into one more great wave, that's all she needs, just one great wave, and she could win this from under Natsumi.
Right, 4 minutes to 30 seconds, and there's still a lot of time left on the clock. So, Natsumi has really a lot of big experiences in a competition, but I'm not sure if I can say it's a safe place for Natsumi right now, because
never safe.
635 is so durable for Mara Lopez, and she has first priority. So yeah, it's still game is on, but looks like Natsumi is up and riding.
On her backhand again, some quick committed cross steps to a nice hang five, and that was a big carve again that Natsumi has been showing us all morning, that it's all about the rail. Locking in those nose rides seem to be challenging in these conditions, because as we have noticed, the water has been very, very bumpy. So perhaps if we were to watch Natsumi's game, it's all about the rail work, Dai.
Well, she found a great wave, with a lot more clean faces on the face, and she did quick step into the 5, step back, and straight back into the 5, and did a big cutback
It was,
right out of it. So that was great surfing.
for me, it was all about that one big turn. Beautiful carving from Natsumi. And these longboards are not easy to turn, Dai.
You have to know how to surf on the rail to control this big board. But looks like this is gonna be a really important wave for Mara.
Committed paddle, just maintaining composure, locking in a 5, nice, steps back, another 5 and 10. There's the 10 that we've been waiting for, and this opens up for her. So nice little cutback, tries to hold on to it, stumbles a little, and that's okay. That's still a better score than her 3.15, I think. But yes, 2 minutes and a half left on our first semifinal of the day. Natsumi on a sizable set. Just looking at that one, that was a good looking wave, shutting down unfortunately, but still, we're seeing some bigger waves roll in, so surfers get ready. This is the replay, Dai.
Nice hang 5, but this wave, kind of tricky wave, had a lot of bumps on the face, so she just kicks out quickly, but she did an amazing job on the previous wave actually. But this is a replay of last of red. Nice hang 5, little bit fake turn, stay in the pocket, but decided to just kicks out quickly. But she did a great job on the previous wave, 5.70, so slightly improving her situation.
Again, so Natsumi has momentum going for her, where she's able to stack score after score, improving her performance one wave after the other. That big set wave was just a 3.10, but again, her being able to hunt down that set wave shows that she's using her heat IQ, her contest experience, and she's able to read Sabang Beach pretty well.
Yeah, she's been adjusting a lot quicker in this heat. But Mara Lopez now in 6.80 with a 1 minute remaining. Under priority, she
Makes a committed paddle, but again, the wave escapes from beneath her. So maybe she tries this one a little bit on the inside, smaller wave, and again, she knows that was not a good call. But still, our young surfer will be learning a lot from this heat. We'll be reviewing this with her brothers and her coaches afterwards.
30 seconds left.
And hey, it's not quite a loss to be surfing one-on-one against your inspiration, your surf idol. And Natsumi lets Mara go on this one. Quick hang 5, committed steps, but just not enough power in this wave for Mara Lopez.
Well, that was really unfortunate for Mara Lopez. Needing a 6.80, but probably that wave won't be requirement.
That's it, Natsumi. We'll be surfing to our first finalist. She's our first finalist surfing into the finals, Natsumi Taoka from Japan. And let's take a quick break before we roll into the second semifinals. We'll be right back.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles, and in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How can I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see the light we're fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see the light we're fighting for. You see the light we're fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Rolling into our second semifinals from the women's longboard side, we have Kyla Jane De La Torre from La Union, Philippines, and Sakura Inoue from Japan. So these one-on-one heats will go for 25 minutes each, just as we see this beautiful set breaking into Sabang Beach, Baler. Hi, my name is Camille Pilar, and joining me is new paddle master, I hear, Giada Legati.
Hello, Camille. It's lovely to be back in the booth. So a couple replays while we were on that break. This is Kayla. Beautiful cut back there. Just that one turn. Looking like we've had a bit of an increase in the swell, if I'm not wrong. I feel like these are some of the bigger sets I've seen in the past couple days. So
You're right.
A 2.5.
2.5 for that one big turn from Kyla. And yes, the sets have been looking kind of bumpy, a little frumpy, not so polished and glassy, but yeah, more adjustments to do for our young surfers. Both of the surfers on deck are pretty young, and Kyla Jane De La Torre quick to the 5 and to the 10 and very committed there. She's looking very confident, and I think she's in it to win it. So that's the kind of focus that we are looking for, and it can be reflected. She is laser sharp this morning.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, she caught this one back to back, stepped to the nose, did the 5, found the 10, and with control went all the way back to the tail without diving, without her rails digging. All right, we're catching up with some live action. Sakura Inoue on your screen.
And before that, we will go with Dai with Natsumi for a last heat winner.
見事にこのヒートを勝ち上がりファイナルへと駒を進めました。まずはヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
はい、今日の1ヒート目だったのでちょっとポジショニングが難しかったんですけど、オンショアコンディションでたくさん練習してきたので、自分の最高のライニングはできなかったんですけど、アベレージスコアを出すことができてファイナル進出は嬉しいです。
かなり 長い期間の中でこう待つ時間も長かったと思うんですけど、どういうふうにメンタルをこう保って各ヒートに臨んでますか？
そうですね、もうメンタルはもう試合はもう楽しんだもん勝ちだと思ってるので、本当楽しんでる時が一番スコアが出ていいライディングができるので、それを意識するっていうのと、あとやっぱポジショニングが今回すごい大切だったので、自分も2つポジショニングを決めてて、そこでしっかり波に乗ることができたので良かったです。
She's been surfing in this onshore condition as well as a glassy condition in the morning, so she's kind of really confident actually with this condition, and then she managed to get a couple of good waves and she managed to get through the heat. She's super stoked to making it to the final right now. それではたくさんの方応援してくれています。現地でもたくさんのファンの方もいらっしゃいます。メッセージの方お願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。ファイナルは本当に全力で自分のスタイルを出し切って楽しんで勝ちたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も楽しんで頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Natsumi and Dai. Super looking good, both of you out there. I see you repping those Rivia shirts, Dai. I want to get one of those from him. And yes, back to live action. Kyla's second wave was a 4.25 and Sakura's opening wave was just a 2.
All right, so a couple waves ridden. We're going to see a lot less waves today because it's just going to be that man-on-man or woman-on-woman heat. So we've had, I think yesterday in conversation, we had a couple heats that reached the 50 waves.
Crazy.
I mean, 50 waves in 25 minutes. Do you know how difficult that is to judge?
And commentate.
And commentate. Here, though, is Sakura Inoue.
On a bigger wave as well, just makes those quick committed cross steps to the nose to lock in a 5, and nice quick rail work to save her from this wave who is shutting down right about now. So that will improve her score, or she'll get her second score, and it would be just a matter of time before we see these young surfers get rid of their 2s.
Yeah, it's a semifinal. You know, it's a big result, and it's kind of scary being out there, and you just want to put your feet on your wax. You want to get comfortable. You want to be catching some waves, and then eventually, you're right. I agree with you. We're going to start seeing some big scores.
And another big wave for Kyla Jane De La Torre. Unfortunately, this one just closes out on her, but the thing we are seeing here is that she is not afraid. She will take off on a bomb if she has to be able to lock in the scores that she needs. So that's good body language. I like how both of these surfers are really giving us the semifinal that we deserve.
All right, so a bit of a rundown of the schedule today. This is the women's semifinal heat 2. We will be going straight into the men's longboard semifinals, women's QS quarterfinals, and the men's QS quarterfinals to finish off the day. So 20 heats. It's going to be an impressive day of action.
Crazy how we are already at the, who says it a lot, the pointy end of the stick, pointy end of the draw. We're already at our semifinals and quarterfinals. And yes, yesterday's round of 16 for the men's QS was actually crazy to watch. It just became an air show. So I guess we'll see more of that. And in today's bump up in the swell, maybe some good traditional textbook rail work as well.
It's going to be really exciting, but you're right, we did wake up and there's a bit of texture on the surface of the water today. It's not as glassy and clean and crisp like we've been seeing in the past few days. So it's not an issue because these ladies are doing exceptional. Nonetheless, on your screen is Daisy. Kayla De La Torre is mom out there playing coaching role and mom role.
And June Esquivel pumping up, just jogging in place because he's surfing against his brother Rogelio JR in the upcoming heat. That is one to watch.
Exciting moments here in Baler International Pro. Both longboard and shortboard QS just shows how incredible this wave is. It holds so much surfing and so much type of equipment. Doesn't matter what you're riding, you can always have fun out here.
And live action now, so Kaide being more careful with this one, but she loses her balance here, but she was able to do some work, some nice footwork to the nose, locks in a quick hang 5, but maybe that won't figure into... Oh, wait, it could get rid of her 2.0.
Yeah, she did find some nose time there. It was unfortunate her rail just got a little stuck there and wasn't able to ride out of it or really complete it. It was looking like that wave might have a double up and she could have ridden along really nicely, but right behind her, Kayla.
So interesting that you mentioned the double up, because that is exactly what is making it challenging for surfers out there. It's a very short period interval. You see the bumps just roll in too close to one another, and that just kind of, sucks in the power from the first wave, and instead of just having a concentrated swell, it's a little all over the place. But hey, they're on longboards. They'll be able to take off and paddle into these sets.
Yeah, this bump on the face that you can see is not easy with a longboard. It just makes it a little harder. There's a bit more chatter on it. I can just imagine the noise, when you're surfing on a longboard. But the girls are doing and making it look so easy. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen the last 14 minutes of this heat. We are at 8 in the morning here in Sabang Beach. We are reaching the low tide. It's going to be at 11:45. We're going to see a 0.8 meter. There we have Inoi's sister. Sorry.
Kaide.
Sakura's sister?
Yes, it's Kaide, the older sister.
They could even be twins.
Could be. So we saw our surfers try to paddle into a few more waves just now. Both of them are sticking very close to one another. But Kyla has priority. I guess she's guarding Sakura in a way, trying to use her priority card in case a nice beefy one shows up. And the requirement for Sakura is only a 3.76. Very small for a surfer like Sakura.
All right, for the men's longboard QS, we have an all-Filipino semifinal.
It might even be an all La Union, but no, Edgar is from Eastern Samar, but he's been training in La Union, so that decision really worked well for him.
Yeah, so we'll be in Semi 1, June Esquivel and RJ Esquivel, the brothers match up, and in Semi 2 is Edgar Calvo and Jo Marie Ebueza. So a Filipino is going to be winning this event in the longboard men's.
Yes, at least there's one Filipino in there in the finals.
Yeah, unfortunately yesterday afternoon we saw Marmar and Neil. It was Neil bowing out. Unfortunately there they held up a good fight, but it was both the Indonesian and Japanese taking first and second.
Well, time and time again, this has been a consistent story amongst these WSL events where the Filipino team does really well on the longboard side, but still just a little bit short of requirement for the QS events. And Kyla, commitment there, but her nose just digs in and she pearls. But the thing with Kyla is if she fumbles, she's very quick to get up on her feet again and try again. So that's the fire that I like seeing in this young lady.
Yeah, I'm back to having these international events here. I think it's great that the local community get to see what the rest of Asia is doing and have it here in their home break, because it's easy to watch it online or on YouTube, on other contests, but once you're actually going up against these athletes, it's really different. So you just absorb so much and you learn, and not only from the water, but you can see how other athletes prepare for their heat, how they spend their day in leading to this competition, how they spend their days with their nutrition, who they're hanging around with, what type of equipment. So it's a big learning curve for even the local, maybe next generation here.
Exactly, and even just the showcase of equipment, because we don't get a lot of the newer stuff here. It takes at least a year or two delay before the cool stuff get here. Why can't we have nice things? But yeah, the nice thing is most of these international athletes, especially if they work side by side with their own shapers, sometimes it's their parent, it's their dad who is a shaper. So we've had experience where some surfers just leave their boards, and so the local community will have more boards to work with. And they cherish that board for years, unlike someone who can change boards, change quivers just every season. So, yeah, that's also a nice side perk of having these WSL events. We get some goodies left behind.
Yeah, and there are some great local shapers, I imagine, here in Philippines. So having that board, you're able to kind of maybe replicate it or copy it and see.
Oh, you know it for
so
sure.
it's incredible, and one of the things my shaper always tells me is the best way to get used to your equipment or to figure out what you like is by trying different things. The more you try different boards and different shapes or different fins, the more you're going to figure out what you want or what is good for you. So the fact that, these surfers do come and leave their boards behind makes the local community try different boards, try different things, and I think it's going to have a huge push in Filipino surfing.
I agree. And both of our surfers going for quick ins and outs just now. No significant scores just yet, unless Sakura makes this a significant wave. So nice cross steps, good hang 5. Stays with this section for as long as she can. Unfortunately, all that water ruffling back into the ocean will end her ride abruptly.
Wow, she really held on to that.
Yeah.
I love the commitment she had. It was really good stuff there. She was holding onto her rail. She really wanted to show the completion. Her siblings there taking a look.
And good fin setup choice for her. That was a 2+1. And here is Kyla on a nice looking wave. Unfortunately, it is too fast. Might just be a little too fast for her, especially if she's on a single fin.
Yeah, so the lady's struggling the last couple minutes. We haven't seen anything crazy, but that 4.25 starting to look really good next to Kayla's name. She wants to make sure that she gets rid of that 2.5 because Sakura Inoue is a deadly competitor and she wants the win. She wants to meet her fellow Japanese in the final.
She only really needs one wave because the 3.76, that is super makeable for Sakura. And she knows it. I know in her body language, it's really just the wave selection. Maybe the tide shift and this new swell direction also is just making it a little trickier, especially if you've already kind of studied the wave, you've kind of already did your homework, and suddenly today, that all changed.
Shows the importance. You need to be surfing the spot every single day. You need to be adaptable. You need to change quick, change your equipment, because if you don't, it's easy to be left behind.
Yeah, and here is Taka signaling. They see something on the horizon, and Sakura takes a swing at this. Chasing after 3.76, locks in her first hang 5, walks back and does it again. Stays with this section and more open face to work with. Locks in another hang 5, and this is looking to be one of her better waves. Good engagement of the rail. Takes it, parks it on the sand.
Ouch. That was looking like it was a really good wave.
It was. I think she did most of the work already, and I felt that shore break.
Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. Right behind her, Kayla.
Okay, up and riding. Kayla on also a good-looking wave. Nice styling it out with a hang 10. Makes use of her rail right here as she changes direction and closes it off with a little tap on the foam and sticks with her board. Okay, interesting exchange from Sakura and Kyla. I think those are 2 good scores from both of them. So it's just a matter, we'll wait for the replays. I kind of want to see what Kyla did again on the first part of the wave.
All right, so let's break this one down. This is Kyla's wave. Beautiful hang 10. Absolutely gorgeous styler. I loved. You can cut with this backlit style, just the silhouette. That was a beautiful moment to capture. So that was a nice ride from Kayla. She wants to improve on that 2.5 that she has.
Oh, she did it already with this one. And look, that was so hard. She was able to navigate that section just really hanging on to her board. All her the footsteps. That was really the key to that ride, how she did not fall. But here's Sakura also looking very poised and in control, as this is a slightly longer wave and she locked in 3 hang fives already. And unfortunately, she does not kick out before the shore break. Kind of dumps her on the sand.
Yeah, that was that shore break we've seen kind of take out a couple big scores. It just really just swung her over her board. She did try to change direction, start to go left, and unfortunately there just fell over. But this is going to be really, really tight. I mean, they're neck on neck.
Yes, they are. And we're now in our under 5 minutes mark. So the yellow flag is up on the beach. We see bigger sets have been rolling in. So that's a lot of things to consider for our longboarders in our semifinals today. So slight adjustments in equipment will be very handy right now.
There we have Team Kayla on the beach.
There's Daddy Jeff. Oh, careful on the ledge. And Mommy Daisy sticking with our live stream also. Thank you to everyone watching. We are on our semifinals of the women's LQS1000. So if you've just tuned in now, we have Sakura Inoue actually taking the lead from Kyla with 4 minutes left. That was a 5.5.
So we're still waiting for one more score, Kayla's last one, to come in, and then we'll have a solid idea of the situation. 5.5, that's a great way to, start to end this heat. Sakura Inoue found that nose a couple times throughout that heat. That was probably the longest wave we've seen. After a couple minutes of the girls trying to get some scores in and just fumbling and not really making it out. But here we have Sakura just sticking close to Kayla, playing a bit of priority games here. She doesn't want to see Kayla get a chance now.
So slightly more excitement for our semifinals just now. So the last wave from Kyla comes in at the 3.45, and it's not yet enough to take back the lead from Sakura. But here she is swinging again. Good engagement of the rail, nice setup there. Committed hang 5, walks back cleanly. Iced this section for, it would have been a good floater, unfortunately. Just looking a little weak in the knees on that one.
Yeah, that was a big meaty section she had to complete. This right now is Sakura finding the nose. She does hang 5. This wave is going to start to bowl up for her. She cross steps again. Lovely footwork for Inoue. She wants to complete this wave. Unfortunately, the whitewash just taking it out from under her.
The siblings like it. The siblings just love that one, telling her, get back out there. There's still time. No time to relax, and so she does. Those big mountains of white water are hard to contend with on your longboard. And here's another look at Kyla's last wave. So yes, that's a good hang 5. I like how she was controlled here, except that section, if she could have been more committed to the floater to end it, then it would have been a massive score. But she does some damage here. One quick hang 5, walks back, and here, if she had just gotten a little bit further to her tail, she could have pivoted enough to tap that section. And this replay from Sakura, on a steeper part of the wave, she was able to lock in 2 hang 5s, good cross steps, and reminds herself, oh, do not get eaten by the shore break this time.
All right, so the last of Kayla comes in out of 3. These are the replays from the drone. The last one we saw, she found the nose twice before unfortunately getting kind of swept away from the whitewash here. You see she kind of wanted one more section, but I think got a little greedy there. You can see some nerves starting to fill in as we're going to reach the last minute of this heat. She knows that
Wow.
Kayla doesn't need much.
No, she does need a 5.11 now, because Sakura's last wave was given a 3.85. So under a minute, parents looking tense, and I understand, hands on your hip. If only you could surf this heat for your daughter, but you can't. 40 seconds left, 5.11 is the requirement.
With 35 seconds left, the girls are just stuck on that inside. Sakura still not giving up. She's going to try get out there. But it is looking like Sakura Inoue will be meeting Natsumi in the final of the LQS women's. Like, we're going to count this one down soon.
10 seconds. Kyla trying to make her way out there again. And she turns around, tries to see what she can find, but unfortunately time is up and we are saying goodbye to our two young surfers from the Philippines. We said goodbye to Mara earlier and now to Kyla, so it will be an all-Japanese final for women's LQS, followed up by now the brothers. June Esquivel and JR Esquivel are up next after this short break.
Let's get started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
All right, the ocean is firing this morning as the sets are rolling through. On your screen is our finalist for the women's side of the longboard. It is an exciting morning here in the Baler International Pro. In the water right now is June Esquivel versus his older brother, RJ Esquivel. I'm Jada Ligati. I want to welcome back Jessie in the booth.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be back for, what is it, day number 4 today?
Yeah,
day 4. And for a sibling heat. This is really cool right now. June Esquivel, JR Esquivel. This is the older v younger brother right now. And, you know, we saw excellent scores for JR yesterday, and we know June's got them in him as well. So JR said in his postie, I'm not going to make it easy for him, so this should be a pretty good matchup.
It's going to be interesting. I actually love sibling matchups. I don't have a sibling myself, but I do like to watch it and see how things go. So a couple replays here. What do you think of this one?
JR, he's just got such light footwork. You can see conditions a little bit tricky this morning, especially for the longboards. They're used to those really clean morning conditions, so a bit of lump and bump here, but a lot of control for that 5 there for JR. Using some speed, he's out a little bit from that steep section. You can see that's why he's trimming back to come up for that closeout turn there. So judges loved it. 6-5 already for JR. I mean, you can't expect any less from this guy.
Yeah, and he did say he wasn't going to make it easy for his brother. There we go. 6-5 for your first wave is definitely not a great start for June. You don't want to be hearing that, but hopefully he uses it as fire. Finding the 5 there. This section going to build up for him. He's going to get a great score himself. Changing direction again, using the rail of his board. He completes it with style. So this is a great heat we've got in our hands.
Yeah, June, he definitely got some nice nose riding done here, especially that last one. That was a really critical nose ride. Feel like this wave maybe just lacked a little bit of power and consistency in comparison to JR's, but he read this wave beautifully. He walked along his board just exactly when he needed to in those points. That last 5, it definitely had the most amount of criticalness to it, but I feel like maybe lacking a little bit of control in comparison to what we see of JR.
Yeah, you're right. There was a little more movement on the upper body throughout that wave, but June a 4 to start his semifinal campaign here in the Baler International Pro. Look, there's going to be a bit of live action. This is JR taking a look at that one, wasn't convinced, so couldn't really just scratch onto it. But this is a great matchup. Like I said earlier, I love watching siblings go up against each other. I just feel like it's a different dynamic.
It's crazy. It really is. It's like you never feel so much competitiveness and like sadness at the same time, because it's actually such a bittersweet feeling, because when you watch your sibling, for me in my case my sister, compete, and like, you know, she's just got a great wave, I'm like, yes, true, slay. And I'm like, wait, I don't actually want that to happen, because
Now
I want to,
one.
yeah. And it's this really weird feeling, like you feel happy for them but sad for yourself, and you never want to feel sad for your sibling, you know, so it's quite twisted, but it's so fun. I don't think anyone challenges me more than my sister, especially in that competitive world when we were competing, so I always really enjoyed it, but we don't get to do it anymore, so it's just fond memories.
All right, we just see June, getting just a little left behind on that one. But that's what I love. You just see a lot more of that competitive fire with siblings. It's they're not afraid to mask it, you know. Maybe when you're on a normal heat, you can see people just trying to keep that competitive fire a little more under control. But when your siblings out there, it just looks more comfortable. There we have JR finding the nose again. Beautiful stance there. A lot of control. He shuts this one down. That is going to be backing up his 6.5 very nicely.
Yeah, loved those quick nose rides there. Actually, not so quick. They held on for a pretty long time here. What the judges are looking at is the criticalness of where they're placing their nose ride. You can see just getting hung up at the top of the wave here for June. So maybe, you know, he feels like maybe he's forcing it a little bit. He's got to go back into that flow zone. And then JR, trying to find the steeper wall. You can see he's waiting, decides to go right. Gives us a beautiful 5 there, had a nice lift in the nose, gets back there for another, you know, good looking 2 or 3 sections with a closeout floater. There's a lot of bump and lump, so it's hard to look so composed. Yet he still makes it look so effortless here. I love the fact that he waited for this one to stand up. He didn't rush the takeoff here. You actually see Mick Fanning do that a lot on a shortboard. He waits till the steepest part of the wave, then gets up and uses that speed. JR doing exactly that here, taking it all the way through, and then he's got those closeout turns. The judges have been loving them from JR, so why not keep doing them?
Yeah, so while we wait for that score to come through, we're going to throw down to Camille with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Giada and Jessie. And yes, it's all about the sibling action here in Baler. And we know that Sakura Inoue also was able to take out her older sister Kaide yesterday. And in this semi-final heat, she's now soaring into the finals against Natsumi Teoka. And as we know, Sakura, you are the younger of the Inoue siblings. So now just let me know what you think about being on your best performance just yet after defeating Kaide yesterday, and now you have to surf against Natsumi in the finals.
まずはおめでとうございます。昨日楓に勝って姉の楓に勝って、次は、同じ日本の田岡夏実選手に当たりますが、それについてどのような気持ちですか？
ありがとうございます。試合の日は波が小さいと聞いていたので、少し波が大きくなって練習していなかったボードに乗るのが大変だったんですけどなんとか勝ち上がれてよかったです。あと次夏実選手ということで、やっぱり日本人同士だとちょっと少し気が楽で、まあ次ファイナルということで、もう少し波に乗りたいと思います。
First of all, thank you very much for your congratulations. And about today's condition, it is bigger than I expected, and I didn't practice in such a wave condition, so I was a little bit nervous. And what's more, the board is different from I used to in practice session, so I was a little bit nervous. But I won this heat, so I'm very happy. And the next, I competed with against Natsumi Taoka from Japan. In a sense, I'm relieved to know that my opponent is a Japanese. And anyway, I'd like to get some good waves in the final, better waves in finals.
Okay, so is this the first time you and Natsumi will go one-on-one?
マンオンマンで田岡選手と当たるのは今回が初めてですか？
今回で2回目となります。
This is my second time to compete against Natsumi, man.
Okay, so you are not a stranger to how Natsumi serves, and I guess for now, I'm just going to wish you good luck onto the finals. Just one more heat to go, and now is the time to say a message of thanks or greetings to anyone watching you and supporting you from back home.
田岡選手の3分は知っていると思いますが、頑張って、次のヒートも、全力尽くして頑張ってください。そして日本の皆さんに日本語でメッセージをどうぞ。
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。そして日本で応援している方々、本当にありがとうございます。次ファイナル、頑張りたいと思います。
So thank you so much, Sakura, and thank you also, Takamama. Back to you guys in the live action.
Thank you. I love that. Her mom translating and helping out in the post-heat interview. That is gorgeous. Just shows the commitment our parents and moms go through with their athletes.
I know, it's so nice. And you know what? There'd be one stressed mum right now, the Mama Esquivel. Obviously, it's so cool to have both of her sons in the semi-finals, but she'd love them to meet in the final. However, JR, he wants to go back-to-back here. And this is a way to do it. You can see just perfectly poised on that board. I mean, just where he's placed directly in the middle, the light touch of the footwork, the long fives, the speed he carried as well. He's so graceful. He's got such great style as well. You know, he just always looks so relaxed, so in control. Did this one all the way to the shore here, but I mean, what a great looking ride here for JR.
Oh yeah, this one comes in, the previous wave came in at 6.65, so making life for his little brother just a little bit harder. And you're right, the control he has of that longboard is impressive. I think one of the biggest part of the judging criteria for longboarding is the use of your rails and the entire use of your 9-foot longboard. And it's not easy, you know, that it's a heavy board, and they do so well to control it and keep that poise and relaxed shoulders and stance. So I think he's an incredible admiration maybe for his younger brother as well.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. His younger brother would look up to him. Right now, though, currently needs a 915. We do have another score to lock in for JR that could potentially beat one of those sixes, and feels like maybe it's a bit of a reset button right now for June. He kind of needs to just take it back to the basics. I think potentially right now, I've beaten his position before. I honestly have been in this exact position where you get so caught up with beating your older sibling and wanting to be this underdog and wanting to win that you lose sight of what you're actually supposed to be doing, which is just surfing. And I feel like maybe he's doing the same. He's getting so caught up in the fact that he's come up against his brother and his brother's on the tour and he wants to be there and he's had this incredible run, but right now is getting too caught up in the competitive side of beating your sibling rather than just doing what he's been doing all event, which is this gorgeous surfing. You know, yesterday we saw him get a 7.5, and that's something we'd love to see him do again, but he just needs to, basically hit the reset button, take aside who he's competing against, and just start to focus on himself again.
That's some great insight, and I can absolutely see that happening. You just get so focused on the short run that you forget this is just a semifinal. This isn't the end just yet. You know, you just have to take two waves to win, and that's all he has to do, and he has the ability to do it. We saw it throughout this event. He was one of the standouts, I would have to say. So I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, it's so easy. Like I said, I've literally been in this exact scenario where True was winning so much and she was this like up and coming junior and I was just this gromp, and I was like, I need to beat her to prove myself. But that wasn't the case. I just needed to surf.
All right, live action. This is the current heat leader. RJ finding the nose, taps it there, lovely footwork, controls this one and comes off of his board. He is just having fun out there. He's just looking really relaxed. He's looking deadly. He is honestly just getting better and better with each wave. A 6.5 to start things off, a 6.65, and now a 6.55 for that last one. We're waiting for this score again. he is looking pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, and you know what? He's still looking like he's in cruise control. That 5 was serious. You know, he had a board in a really critical part, got another one into that big closeout floater. He's so in control of that board. He's riding the same board for yesterday, and it's really working for him here.
All right, June Esquivel now. Beautiful 5 there. Spends a lot of time. Taps to get that 10. Wraps a carve here. He's going to have to finish this one. This is a good-looking wave. He stands hands down, all 10 toes over the nose. Oh, and unfortunately doesn't complete it, but that was a gorgeous ride from June Esquivel.
That's more like it. That's June getting out of his head, not focusing on who he's competing against. And this is just that beautiful surfing style that we've known to come and love from June Esquivel. He takes this one and holds this 5 for such a long time there, right in the critical part. Quick 10. Has a little bit of water on the rails at that point. And then you can see here this wave starting to bowl back up now. Oh, wow. Just the drop of the arm showcasing he's got really great control of that 10. Unfortunately, burying the nose right at the end there, but I feel like the judges will really appreciate this wave and just the textbook footwork that he had to do to navigate this. He did it all during the hardest parts, especially during that section where he had to navigate across a crumbly, foamy section. Feel like he obviously would have wanted this wave to bowl up a little bit more, but that second 10 held it for a long time, showed us the control, went down right at the end there, but you'd have to think his best wave so far.
I agree, and that is him fighting back. So much control, his poise, head positioning on that board. I think he spent more time on the nose of his board on that wave than he did actually surfing it in the tail. So a lot of control there. I'm loving what Jun is doing. He is resetting, like you said. He's going back to basics. So I'm excited to see him back that one up. This is going to be a pretty decent score. You're right. Maybe it didn't bowl up as much as he would have liked. Usually those judges really like when you're doing those hang 5s and 10s in that really steep section of the wave. They like to see a lot of elevation from the bottom of your board to the bottom of the wave. But he surfed that incredibly well, and I think he surfed it the best that wave gave him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm excited to see where that score is going to lock in at. And I love the fact that he recognized he needed to get out of his head and then did that and performed. You know, so showing that he's got world-class competition in his back pocket. You know, he's got the mindset that he needs to compete on that championship tour, because if he achieves his dream and gets on there, he's going to be coming up against his brother a lot more. So I feel like that was a really great point to realize that he's got an athlete's mindset and he knows when to switch on and switch off. And just, you almost as an athlete need to be able to check yourself and be like, okay, I need to get out of my head right now and perform. The judges keeping it relatively low, but it was his best wave so far. So 4-5. He's crawling back, and we know with this short period swell, there's so many waves that are coming through.
Yeah, it could be. I think it was the wave selection that probably let that score down a little bit, not so much his surfing, because he read that really well. So unfortunate there, but I think he has a lot of time left, just under 8 minutes. But you're right, this is where all that mental training comes, because competing is not so much just physical anymore. There's a lot of mind and psychology that comes into play, and that's what makes or breaks you. So it's these situations where you have to learn to keep your emotions under control and kind of reset, restart, and it's all coming, all the fruits of his labor are coming to play right now.
Yeah, you know, you got to be more than just a talented surfer. You have to be mentally strong. You also have to have a brand image now, because there's so many surfers and so many good surfers in the world that you almost have to have an X factor. You know, you have to have an edge. And these two, they do have an edge. They're such a talented family. They come from that La Union surf town. That La Union surf team is growing rapidly. And these two are definitely paving the way. JR, obviously, at the top of the echelon there. But, yeah, you can see Junie's got a long career ahead of him. And, you know, he could still fight back right now with 6 minutes 45.
Yeah, RJ just having as well that bit more of competitive advantage. He's been on the big stage, he's done the tour, he's just comfortable in the Rashi, and you can really tell that he has those extra couple years above of June. So it's gonna be a huge learning curve for June. It's not just the heat.
Yeah, well, we're going to have, no matter what, an all-Filipino final on the men's side for the longboard that we're going to see compete tomorrow. And we're going to have an all-Japanese ladies final for the longboard, which is pretty cool. I'm excited to see what the shortboard's going to end up like. We're obviously going to run through 8 quarterfinals today, so 4 for the women, 4 for the men. And then we're going to have semi-finalists round out. So short day today, 12 heats, but we're going to be really just starting to get to that pointy end of the draw. And tomorrow we're crowning champions here.
Yep, super exciting moment here. We have been seeing some great surfing all week. And you're right, we are getting to the very deep end of this draw. So I'm excited to see the women's quarterfinals coming up next. There are some big names matching up. Koko Nakawase, Sarah Wakita is going to be a great matchup. Anon Matsuoka, Nanaho Suzuki. That is going to be a little bit of battles of the opposite. I feel like Anon going really for that rail game, and Nanaho goes more for the explosive airs and sharp turns. So it's going to be a great contrast. Mirai Akira, Shino Matsuda in Heat 3, and Rita Suzuki, Minami Nonaka in Heat 4.
Okay, so can confirm we're going to have an all-Japanese final for the ladies, considering we have 8 Japanese quarterfinalists. So we're going to see another Japanese champion on the shortboard side of the women's division. And the men, we've still got some Indonesian surfers left in the draw. Dylan Wilcoxon, Danny Widianto. So not safe yet for an all-Japanese men final.
I really am hoping to see either Dylan or Danny in that final. It would be great. All right, here we go. Live action. This is June fighting back. 8-7-0 is his requirement. Spends a lot of time on the nose, controls his way back down. Needs to ride out of this. Unfortunately, going down, pushing a little too hard there on that closing section. But 4.5 left. Plenty of time to get back out.
I love how hard he's trying. You can see he's got the heart for it. He really wants this right now. This wave just had that weird lump in it where it didn't bowl like he was hoping to, and then when it did, his just feet were in the wrong part of the board there, and it felt like maybe he had to rush that end section. So June, you can see potentially some frustration building. I still have faith in him. 4 minutes, it's definitely still doable. Like I mentioned, we saw him get a 7.5 yesterday. Channel that, channel that 7.5 and then push a little bit harder. And 8.7, it's so doable. So yeah, you can just see though, it can really ruffle your feathers and get in your head when you come up against a sibling. So yeah, it's interesting this heat, and I actually I do feel for June. I really do, because
you identify yourself.
I do. I've felt that feeling before, but I also think this is such a great learning curve, and good to learn it on the QS and not the CT, because I do think June will get there.
I think because he's feeling so strongly here, he's going to translate that to other competitors. So I think you're right, it's a learning curve, and he's going to come out so much stronger with this. It's not over just yet. 3 minutes, he can get that 8.7 just in one score. RJ has been pretty silent the last couple minutes. He's been waiting patiently with priority. I think June needs to just improve that wave selection a little bit. Get a bit of a bigger wave, a wave with more bowl, like something that can really impress the judges. All right, here we go. Live action. He is on the nose. He's going to have to do something pretty big here. Does it again. Let's see if this time he's able to ride out of it, and he does. So he wants to get rid of that 4.10. 8.7 is his requirement. What are we thinking?
Such a big board when you watch him surf. It's not an 8.7. Honestly, I probably see it still sitting in that 4s again. It was great surfing, but just like we said, wave selection. He could have maybe held that 5 a smidge longer, but he wanted to get that completion there. But I don't really see it breaking out of that 4 world. He's got all the talent in the world right now, and you can see JR was giving him space to try and find those scores, but right now the competitor, it's coming back out in him, and he's making his way down to his brother, because that's what he has to do. He's got to play the game. He's trying to give June some space to get out of these 4s, which I can really appreciate from JR, but yeah, needs to start playing a little bit of defense at this point.
I mean, JR hasn't caught a wave any lower than a 6. If you look at his score line, his first wave was 6.5. He has his 2 high scores, and then another 6 that he just threw away as well. So just shows how much talent and how selective he's been with his waves. you can really see their positioning. JR sitting a lot more out the back. He's waiting for those bigger ones, whereas Jun is sitting a little lower. There's a lot of space, so Jun can be a bit more selective. You're right, his older brother giving him that time and respecting his space as well. So you're right, it's really nice of him.
Yeah, you can see it. JR having a look at that one, didn't like it, but yeah, with 60 seconds, he put on a beautiful performance. I mean, he is so good at longboarding. He's probably, I haven't dabbled too much in the longboarding competitive world, but the 2 events I have worked, JR's been in them, and he's just so nice to watch on a longboard. He really makes it look so effortless, so easy, and that you could take a photo of you surfing at any time, and it would be a cover shot. This is the last roll of the dice we're going to see from Jun.
All right, 8-7 is his requirement. Gorgeous 10, hands down, spends a lot of time on that nose, finishes it off. Bit of frustration there. I don't think it's the score he needs, but he surfed that to a T. You're right. You could have taken a photo of that, and it was a cover shot of longboarding because he was hands down textbook longboard surfing, really classic. Right behind him, his older brother. Bit of a hang 5 there to start things off. Touches the nose again. Spends a lot of time there. Will he get the 10? He does. Beautiful surfing from RJ. This is your current heat leader. Cut back to finish things off. Finds the nose again. Falls off there, but it won't be too much of an issue. We're waiting for the last score of Jun to come in. I'm seeing a couple scores trickle through for Red, and I don't think it's going to be what he's looking for.
No, it's not, unfortunately. But that was a great matchup between the brothers. And yeah, I feel like lots of learning curves there, but JR just untouchable.
Yep, so we're going to throw out to a quick break. We'll see you guys in the next semifinal.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monster, calling for a monster. I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
Who's going to be in the semifinals up against JR in the longboard men's division? This is men's LQS semifinal heat number 2. We have Eruga Cavo JR in red, Jomari Ebriezo in blue. I am Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse. Straight to the live action. Beautiful hang 5, step back and straight into another hang 5 again. Beautiful wave, gets a 10 and come around the section. No turns, but still beautiful hang 10 to hang 5. Wow, beautiful surfing straight away, Jessie.
Oh, we're straight in. These guys, they've got a big task of JR in the finals coming up next. So, yeah, it's interesting to see who is going to take on the challenge of that CT surfer. Edgar, who's been really impressive, but I feel like Jo Marie giving us a bit of extra flair this event. So this is a really cool matchup between the two. We have a traditional and then more of I'd say an untraditional type of longboarder with Jo Marie, but love this wave. 2 quick 5s. He went straight to the nose at the start of this wave. Now it starts to bowl up. That's a critical 5 before that wave closed out on the inside to there. So great control of his board, nice looking footwork, and Edgar, yeah, he's switched on.
He switched on straight away. 1 minute in, and that first wave could be really great wave. The first wave for Edgar comes in at 5.75, so that is a nice, nice score to have in first 3 minutes. So Jo-Marie is my stand out in this event actually.
Yeah, he's been epic.
Yeah,
he's been
epic.
really cool to watch. I just feel like you can see he surfs with his personality. Like he seems to be quite a cheeky guy, maybe the larrikin of the group, and it feels like he surfs with that same energy. He's got this traditional style where like I mentioned, it looks like he surfs with his personality. He's quite quirky.
Right.
And then JR obviously is this really well put together, poised championship tour surfer who we just saw win that last semi-final. So I really like that we get the contradictory, and then I can feel like Edgar bases his surfing off that traditional style similar to JR. So I feel like we're getting two really cool opposing styles in this heat.
Right, Edgar having a look at this one, but decided not to go on that one. Conditions have been improving a lot compared to this morning. Let's say it was a little tricky this morning, but there's a lot more clean walls. But this is live action. Edgar, hang five. Hold on to it super long. That was a beautiful hang five in a critical section of that wave. And try to hold on to the wave. Unfortunately, there's not much on offer. But beautiful footwork from Edgar.
Oh, the speed he entered this wave that just made him be able to hold that for so long during a really bowly part of that wave there. So even though it was a closeout, he got a great looking five, great looking nose ride there in such a steep bowl. And what I really loved is how much speed he entered that wave with. It was, a gear above that last wave.
Well, while we have a little bit of action, we're going to go ahead over to Giada with the first man in the LQS final.
JR, wow, you're in the final. You didn't get any score lower than a 6 in that last semi-final. And talk us through what the game plan was and how you're feeling.
I just want to have fun there and go surf with my brother on the heat and just try to put a show. Doesn't matter who goes through. And we made it and it's fun.
So we were talking a little bit about that in your heat, that you're going against your younger brother. How did you guys prepare for the heat? What did you guys talk about? Were you talking or was it just competitive?
No, he's too competitive and I just want to have fun. And we didn't talk about the heat. We just surfed there and try to have fun.
What about in the heat? Did you guys have any conversation or was it just silent?
No, I just wanna go away with him. He's following me, and I just wanna surf far from him and just surf the wave. Yeah,
that was something we did pick up. So, your finals tomorrow. Tell us a little bit what you're gonna be doing from now until then.
I will keep on focus and try to surf better than today and try to get some good scores and just have fun out there and excited for tomorrow.
All right, what would you like to say to everyone watching and supporting you?
Thanks to my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima Worldwide, Union Athletics, Luffy Surfboard, iSports, and Cemento Surf. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada and JR. Love hearing that his younger brother is super competitive in the last heat.
Yeah, you could see that June, Giada and I were talking about it in that heat, you could see that June was getting more caught up in the fact that he was competing against his brother, who's clearly this landmark in Filipino surfing, especially the longboard side of things, instead of just surfing. So June, you could see he really just was caught up in the fact of wanting to beat his brother. And almost it's a sense of proving himself. Instead of just surfing the way he's been surfing all event long. So it was a shame to see him get caught up in that, but being a younger sibling, it's so easy to do. I have done it so many times competing against True where I'm like, I need to beat her, I'm the younger sibling, if I do this, I'll be cool. But it's not the case at all, and you just have to treat it as another person, because I feel like it's so easy for just siblings who compete against each other to get caught up in that, but great learning curve for June.
Definitely great learning from that heat. But this is live action from Jomali's first wave. Nice hang 5, hold on to it. Spent quite a long time on the nose and back to the nose, step back. And here comes the closing out section. Gets to turn in, so different approach compared to the Edgar's 2 waves. But still going, a bonus hang 5 and step back. So that was a beautiful combination from Jomari. That was a first wave for Jomari. So great surfing.
Yeah, engaged his rails really nice. Did his nose riding in good critical parts of this wave. Take a closer look. Gets a bit of a berry on the nose on that first 5. That second 5 was really good. He got nice lift. There was elevation in the nose. And then here, I love the fact that he patiently waited for it to get to the bowliest part of the wave. Engaged that rail on a bottom turn. Gave us a good looking closeout. One more last 5, because why not? They love to take these waves all the way through. And I really liked that wave from Joe Marie. I thought overall, that was a great performance.
Definitely, a lot of different maneuvers on that one wave. Variety was in it, so completely different approach compared to Edgar's last 2 waves. So yeah, I liked it too. Last wave for Edgar comes in at 3.25, and fast wave for Edgar is 5.75. So I would say Jomali's first wave will be around about the close range, as the Edgar's first wave.
Yeah, I almost think maybe best wave of the heat. I really liked that wave, and you could just see, this is going to sound really weird to say, but you can see he walks the board with all of his toes. You can see he's got really great weight distribution across his entire foot, and he's just perfectly times them exactly when he needs to. When that wave steepens up, he gets quicker. When it slows down, he can take his time a little bit more. And that's kind of what I mean, where he says a little bit more uniqueness, a bit quirky, is that it's not this seamless line, but it's still really entertaining, and it still hits the mark that it needs to hit, but it's just a little bit different. And I really enjoy watching that from Joe Marie.
Definitely really like how he approached the nose, different style. And different style means you have a unique style, and people love that these days. You have to have personality in your surfing, and
you've got to.
You have to have your color.
Yeah,
in surfing.
you do.
Yeah, and then he has it. So definitely, he's a great surfer. The first wave for Jomari, like you said, Jesse, it's a 6.5, the best heat score so far in the season.
It had to go there. It had that flair. It had variety. Obviously did the nose riding in the critical part of the wave, and he looked stylish doing it. Obviously style a big part of the longboarding criteria. Oh, bit of a mistake there.
Well, Edgar had the first priority over Jomari, but he had a paddle. Thought, yes, the priority situation has changed. Now Jomari has first priority. That's a little bit of mistake from Edgar. You don't really want to make big mistake in semifinals.
No, definitely not. There is a little bit of space between them, so maybe a mistake he might get away with at this point. But yeah, I feel like you gotta, as you've heard Snake say, on snake tails and all that, not at this level. Not when you're at the semifinals. You gotta either back your decision or not go for it. And especially when you've got JR in the finals, if you can stay composed and dot all your I's, cross all your T's in the semis, and then go into the finals with confidence, taking on a championship tour surfer, you're on your way to giving him a really great challenge and potentially taking the win.
Definitely. So one mistake will cost a lot. It would hurt so much. So you don't really want to make any mistakes in this stage, semifinals, heat number 2.
Yeah, looking like we might have a little left here, Di.
Oh, that's gonna be my left this afternoon.
Di's left.
So it looks like Jomari is having a look. He's gonna use his first priority. Fade turn straight into the hang 5 to hang 10. Step back. Love the rail carve there. Little bit fumble there, but still managed to get a hang 5 there. Ooh, a little bit of mistake from Jomari, I would say.
It started off so well. And then you can see as he used his rail and carved back, which is a beautiful rail carve, where he turned the board back, there was almost a ridge, and it looked like he took the high road instead of the low road. But this is where that priority mistake comes in. This was a great wave. It was a shame that it wasn't capitalised start to finish, but this first 5 into a 10, nice high part of the wave, good looking carve, that was great. And then you see here, he got caught up in the foam and it almost split in two, that wave, and he took the high road instead of the low road. So a bit of a mistake there, but straight back in here for Edgar.
Edgar up and riding smaller size waves, but managed to put hang 5 and a finishing turn and standing tall. So that's great combination from Edgar Calvo, trying to get rid of 3.25.
That looks like a nervous girlfriend or sibling.
Yeah, she looks very nervous right
now. Yeah, a bit nervous.
Bit nervous.
You know what? I love when we see, loved ones, family, friends watching on and being nervous, because you can see that it's more than just an individual sport. Obviously, surfing, you do it yourself, but it takes a team.
Definitely.
To get you to these events and get you to these levels. This last wave, I love the fade back on the takeoff. Waited for this one to steepen up. Held this 5 for a really long time here for Edgar. Steep looking section. Came around. We see him go up for a cool looking floater. Airdrop out of it as well. So Edgar managing to hold on. Used a lot of his board there. So it ticked a lot of boxes on that wave for Edgar. I quite liked it. I'm interested to see that last one of Joe Marie, because I still think he's going to get a nice score considering the start of the wave, but there was definitely scores gone begging on the inside.
Wow, interesting exchange between red and blue. So last wave for Jamari comes in at a 5.0. Even though he didn't make all the way to the inside, he got the 5. It would have been a much bigger score if he could make that section. But I'm curious what Edgar's gonna get for the last wave, because it was a great surfing and it was one of the smaller size wave, but still it has more ball to it, and it has more, the critical section, and he just hold on to the hang 5 really long time. So he needs 5.76 right now.
And we saw a lot of his personality on that wave too. It really did shine through there, especially through that end section float. So I actually really liked that wave from Edgar. We've got a really evenly matched heat right now between these two.
Wow, this is a great matchup. Every time they get wave, they build up so much on the score line. So definitely this is a great matchup right now. Still waiting for the last wave for Edgar, needing a 5.76. We are reaching a 10-minute mark on the clock, so there's still heaps time left.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock. I like that we're seeing our longboarders. Obviously, they've had these really groomed, perfect conditions in the mornings for the last 4 days of the event. But I like how it's a little bit bigger. It's a little wild and woolly out there this morning, and we're getting to see them have this extra component of control come into play with these conditions. And I think it's a really healthy challenge, but every single surfer has risen to the occasion for it this morning. And I think it just shows that the Filipino longboard scene and crop of competitors right now is really strong. And they're going to really start to challenge for that championship tour and probably get more and more Filipinos on the CT.
Wow, yeah, they've got a great skill set, and like you said, it's bigger today, but they are well-controlled surf. It's so hard to control this bigger board, but on screen we have Jamari up and riding, nice hang 5, still going, it's a long hang 5, and step back and get this turn in, and he is trying to coming around the section, which he does, and there's going to be another section to hit. Nice rail carve there, and gets a hang 5 again and makes it all the way to the inside. So that was a great surfing from Jamari. Wow.
Yeah, that was a great looking wave there. And you know what? He needed to answer back because Edgar went to the lead. At this point, prior to that wave, there was 0.1 separating both of our surfers. So Jo Marie looking poised, stylish, giving us flair. Risky hang 5s in there as well, especially at the end of this wave. Went straight to the nose, didn't muck around, held that 5, went to go for a 10, but I wouldn't say he quite got it. And then see this turn, really nice, and it gave him speed and projection out of it. Bided his time, held his rail, came through again, showed us variety. Nice looking carve. That 5, super critical. Look at the bowled out wall in front of him. And then he gets one last carve in on the inside there, but needed a 5-1. I definitely see it going there. That was a really overall epic wave.
Definitely, the wave selection was on point, and what he did on the wave was just everything was in a critical section and a lot of variety in it, and south all the way to the shorey. So that's gonna be a great score. Yes, it is a great score. 7-5 for the last wave for Joe Murray. Now he's back in the lead with 7-5 and 6.50. Edgar now needs 7.90, pretty much 8. That's what he requires.
I don't doubt him getting the score at all. I think we're going to have a really cool back and forth battle between these two surfers. I feel like Edgar, he's getting 5s, but probably taking off on waves that are probably more 4s. I think he's surfing the waves up. So if he can take off on a wave that has a potential for a 6 or a 7, I think he's going to surf that wave up and get the score nice and easy. So I feel like he's going to wait for a slightly bigger wave, and there might be one rolling through right now.
Wow, he's up for it. He's having a look at this one. He's paddling really hard to get it. It's a face turn, straight into hang 5. We'll have the bottom down there, and back to the hang 5. Unfortunately, just that's really unfortunate for Aurora.
Look at that inside section. Yeah, there was 8 points on that wave for sure, especially with his surfing and how it started off. So just a shame, the water started creeping up on the rails of the nose, on the edges of the nose there, and it created too much havoc for Edgar, unfortunately. But now this puts Joe Marie, how's that body surfing? Sick. That puts Joe Marie in a really solid spot. You gone past it?
Well, yeah, he's gonna have to swim all the way to the inside. So Joe Marie is in the lead, but Edgar did what he needed to do on that wave. He has to commit every single maneuver to get 7.90. And in the heat, when you hear you needed 7.90 or almost like 8.0, you get nervous. But I don't think Edgar get nervous because he knows that he can do it.
No, I agree. I feel like he's kind of been in first gear and pretty much locking in 6s on his first 2 waves. And then, so now he just needs to push a little bit harder, which we saw him start to do right at the start of that wave. And then unfortunately just a bit of environmental havoc playing in. But what's not going well for him right now is that's a long swim in. That's going to burn a lot of time off the clock and a lot of energy.
Definitely. We're just about reaching the 5-minute mark. There's still plenty of time left, but it's bigger today. It's not a short paddle today. It's quite takes a little while to get back out there. And then now Jamari has first priority, and I got a feeling that he's going to hold on to the first priority until Edgar, comes back at the back.
I would think so. But he looked like he was paddling for that wave, and I was like, why? You do not need to, brother. You're going to want to definitely hold that for 4, at least until he gets back out the back. And then the very next wave, he'd want to take it and better that 6.5. And that would be, heat well played, cards well played, job well done. This is where he's really got to lock in and focus on this competitive edge now. Because he's surfing, he's done the job. He's got 13.75 points. Perfect. He's tick that box completely. Now he needs to tick the defense, that competitive side of the scale, and I feel like you can see he's itching to keep surfing, but I think he's gonna not scratch the itch and just sit there and try and defend right now.
I can tell he really wants to wave and he wants to showcasing his skill, but this is competition, right? This is not a freestyle competition. This is WSL, LQS. This is important event for all the surfers. He wants to win. He has to play defense here with the 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's so easy to get caught up in that too and be like, oh, look at this wave. Like, I want to go this way. But you got to think like, okay, then if I am going to go a wave, it has to have at least 8 points on it. It's got to look at least like an 8-point ride or I'm not going. And he seems like the kind of guy who would just froth and want to go any wave. But I think he's playing his cards really well at this point with 3 minutes to go. He's holding on to his nerve. He's not taking off on the next wave that's going to roll through. So I can really appreciate that because I feel like, it would be a struggle for him because he just seems like a frother.
Right, true. But he's just keep eyes on Edgar and he's just slowly paddling towards him, just sitting close to him. So he's doing great. He's playing really well defense here. But Edoga now needs 7.90, which is almost 8.0 that he needs. But he's capable of getting those excellent scores with the 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So time is ticking, a lot of nerves.
Perfect placement right now as well. He was sitting on Edgar's inside. Now he's moved himself to the outside of Edgar because we've seen this bank be a dominant left.
Right.
So now any wave Edgar looks for, Joe Marie can just play defense. And because he's sitting on the outside, if he wants to get a little bit too close to him, he can almost force something. I don't think he's the kind of guy who would do that. But that's exactly where he needs to be sitting. That is textbook priority defense right now, especially with 2 minutes to go. So Joe Marie's done his homework. He knows what he's doing right now. And yeah, I'm stoked that he's playing his cards like this. Edgar, however, needs to keep his cool. I don't see a 7-9 being out of the question for him.
No
Not
way.
at all.
No, he knows he can do it. He just needs a wave. He just needs a wave like he got on the last wave. That was unfortunate. He went down on the last wave, but definitely he was on the way to the 7.90.
No, I agree. 90 seconds here, so
Wow, tense moment.
very tense. If you're Edgar, you're thinking two-wave set, please come through. Right now, Joe Marie, he's gonna play his cards perfectly at this point. He's not gonna look at any wave unless Edgar is looking at one. So Edgar has potential to play salesman. I don't feel like we see a lot of salesmen come into play with longboarding. I feel like that's more of a shortboard world. But it's cool to see right now that these guys are making things a little bit tense right now.
Right, so Edgar having a look at this one, decided not to go for tense moment. So it's under a minute to go in this heat. LQS men's semifinal heat number 2. Jamari has lead with a priority 725, 650. Edgar 585 and 575. Needing 7.90. If the wave's gonna come, well, lot of excitement on the beach.
Yeah, a lot of locals pretty nervous. They have a lot of fans, a lot of friends and family down here. They're going to be coming up, whoever wins this heat, against JR. So the man in Asia longboarding, really. He's paving the way for it right now. Edgar, he's going to have a look. There's 10 seconds here. This is his last chance. Oh, Joe Marie letting him go.
He just letting him go, but unfortunately,
Smart.
well, that looks like no waves coming through for Edgar. So it is Jamari getting through to the final and up against one of the best surfer, JR, in the final. So we're going to go to quick break. And we'll be right back with the women's shortboarding division quarterfinals heat number 1.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara, and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monster, falling for a monster. 'Cause I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
さあやってきましたショートボードディビジョン。今まではロングボードのディビジョンでしたが、ここからは女子、WQS1000 クォーターファイナルヒート1が行われます。レッドには川瀬心奈、そしてブルーには脇田沙羅がクレジットされています。I am Daiwako in the booth with Johnson. Welcome back.
Arigato gozaimasu, Dai-san. And a great introduction because we are all Japanese, all women, quarterfinal shortboard action. This is going to be spicy.
This is going to be exciting heat up. You know, we have Kokono Kawase, who was dominating yesterday's area round, and Sara Wakera is one of the famous female surfers from Japan. So this is a great matchup.
Exciting. What a morning we've had, hey? Jo Marie and JR Esquivel representing in the the finals of the longboard, which will be happening most likely tomorrow. And then just, what a morning. And the Japanese in the women's longboard. So Japanese women in the longboard,
matchup,
Philippine men in the longboard. We've got Japanese women. And then in the shortboard division of the men, we will either have an Indonesian or Japanese. Japanese are dominating down here in Sabang Beach, Baler. 25-minute heats.
And this on screen we have Nanaho Tsuzuki getting ready for the upcoming heat with her mom.
Nice and early, hey?
Nice
Jersey
and early. And there's behind Mirai and Minami is just hanging there and just be ready. Upcoming heat.
Super important. You think Dai to get down there and have a look. It's actually better this morning. It's been a strange morning. We've usually had really light winds.
Right.
And it's gotten windier as the morning went on. This morning was quite windy and now it's
kind of
pristine out there.
It's not glassy yet, but you know, the wind backs off a little bit compared to this morning, and the shape of the wave is way better than yesterday, and it's bigger. It's a shortboard time.
Exactly. I wouldn't even say contestable today. I would say it's sort of pumping. I can't wait to see what these girls do out there. There we are at Bays Inn. Great coffee there. Good crowd too. There's always the local Filipinos. Indonesians have been down there, and also Japanese. That is like the funnest hotel, apart from the Costa where we are. See that coffee box right there? Delicious. I've been there a lot.
Been there a lot.
At the coffee box? A lot.
Yeah, I've got one the other day. It was nice cafe latte. So definitely I'm gonna go back there for another coffee today.
What do you think about the judges? You reckon they're loving today? I think we tallied it up. There's been probably about 1,500 waves ridden in this event so far.
Right.
Average is about 30 waves per heat. So the judges out there have been earning their paychecks this week, and commentators too. We have to say, we have to call every single one of those waves. Almost. Don't need to call the ones and twos, but there's still a lot of waves out there.
Still a lot of waves, and there's so much potential in the wave today. A lot of opportunities. It's 5 minutes in, and no waves have been ridden yet.
No, and one of those things that we transitioned from longboard to shortboard, it's sort of hard for this first heat to sort of set what they need compared to what the longboarders were on. It's a different sport and they're looking for different waves. So those guys can watch the longboarders, but they're standing usually in a different part of the bank.
Definitely it'll be hard for them to decide where to sit because like you said, it's completely different sports, and where you want to sit is completely different. So probably it's easy to get lost in the water. But that's kind of, affecting right now. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes in, and no waves have been ridden. But on screen, we have seen a lot of waves coming through, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very busy morning of waves, right? There's been no shortage of them. The ocean deserves a break sometimes. Also, there is the beautiful Sabang Beach. Nice black sand beach. Beautiful location. The mountains really roll into the ocean there. This boardwalk that you can stroll along all the way down the beach there. They've got a monument right at the end down there to showcase and highlight their town as the birthplace of Philippine surfing. I met up with the OGs the other day from the Aliyah Azrai Board Riders Club. Such an epic town, such an epic surf culture. There are a lot of the restaurants around here, a lot of them have ownership in them as well, so get the town, it's really cool.
Right. And we have a little bit of break in action, so we're gonna go head over to Gia with the last heat winner.
Oh, plot twist, it's
Sorry,
Jessie.
Jessie.
Thanks,
yours.
Di. Thanks, Di. Thanks, Carby. Joe Marie, you're into the finals. Congratulations. What an exciting semi-final that was.
Oh my God, this is my second time LQS final. I'm super happy to be in the finals and I'm super stoked. The waves are good today, it's firing. The left was super good, I got a good score, like 7.25 and 6.5. And we will, I will do my best in the semifinals. And Guajar is undefeated here in Baler, so let's go.
Let's talk about that. JR, he's obviously such a talented surfer on that championship tour. And I feel like he's such a great match. You guys have pretty cool styles. I feel like it's actually a really evenly matched final with the talent that you have as well. What's it going to take for you to take down the guy who's been undefeated here?
Maybe I need to get a good wave selection. So maybe I'm gonna get a big score so I can beat Kuya Skibel. So maybe let's see in the finals. And thank you so much to all my sponsors, Surftown La Union, Alima Worldwide, Vans Philippines, Alops, Surfstar LU, Stigabam PH, and sa family ko na nandito, maraming salamat sa inyo, and sa kapatid ko, kay Justin. And shout out kay Taibo kasi sobrang galing ni Taibo. Tsaka mahirap rin siya talurin kasi nakakuha rin siya ng 8-point ride kahapon. So ginawa ko lang yung best ko. Thank you.
Before we let you go, I have one last more personal question to ask you. Who do you base your style off? Because I think you have such a cool, unique longboard style. I'd love to know who your biggest inspiration is in longboarding.
Yeah, my biggest inspiration is with my teammate JR Skibel. So he's my number one idol since when I'm a kid. Then he got qualified in the World Tour. So I keep pushing. So it's my dream to go in the World Tour. And this year I got lucky to got qualified in World Tour. Like I got seasonal wild card. I'm so happy to represent the Philippines with JR. Yeah, super stoked.
Well, we're stoked. We're proud of you. We're looking forward to seeing you in the finals. Take some rest. Enjoy the day. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse, and congratulations to Jamari. He's gonna be in this LQS men's final up against one of the best longboarders, JR.
And you might have noticed he kept calling him Kuya JR. That's a term in the Philippines for older brother. And he's not necessarily his older brother, but it also is a term of endearment to those who are older of you in your circles and everything like that. So Kuya JR is a term of endearment and respect from Joe Marie to JR Esquivel.
Nice insight there.
Yeah.
Thank you
I've learned
so
a few
much.
things. A few waves have been ridden this heat. Here's the replay.
This is the last wave from Kokono Kawase. So a few waves locked in already, 3.0 and 3.60 for Kokonas. This is the last wave from Sarah, trying to find a better section, but unfortunately couldn't quite really find a wall. This is the last wave from Kokona, Kawase Kokona のラストウェーブのリプレイになります。一発二発としっかりとターンを入れてきました。
It's nice and warm out there, and there is another wave. This is nothing breakout at the moment. That was a nice little snap. I reckon that would have been her 3.6. She had a bit more sass on that one for sure. She's getting a little bit busier now. Very slow start to the heat, but in the last 5 minutes of that interview, they both got to work out there. 4 waves ridden over that break, and you can see the leaderboard there. Kokona in the lead at the moment with 2, I'd say, low-range scores for what these girls are capable of. Judges setting the scale, obviously, waiting for them to sort of step out and get just in that rhythm.
Right. You know, it's a very slow hit in this quarterfinals hit number 1 for women's. So slowly getting there. Kokona just locked into waves. Sarah is just out there waiting for the right ones to come in. さあクォーターファイナルヒート1現在行われていますが、残り時間13分になるところです。少しゆっくりなスタートでしたが、ここで川瀬心奈が2本の3点台スコアしてきました。ファーストプライオリティは脇田沙羅、現在1つの波で 2.0 をスコアしています。逆転に必要なスコアが 4.60 になります。
Nihongo, I
Yes.
love that. I would also like to answer with the hate so desu ne, because I hear that a lot. Yes, it is so.
Pretty much if you use that sentence, you can communicate with all the Japanese people in Japan. But we have a live action from Kokono Kawase. You know, she's trying to keep herself really busy. You know, why not? Because under priority and there's not major scores locked in yet in this heat so far. So keep yourself really busy. It's really important factor in this heat. But in the other hand, Sarah's waiting for the right ones for quite a long time now. We're just reaching halfway through this heat. She's been waiting patient quite a long time.
Yeah, and with a 3 in, and we're getting closer and closer to that 10-minute mark. We've passed the halfway point already. Heat strategies, always interesting to observe, especially at this level with women of this experience. Just seeing how they react to situations and respond to what's happening in the water is always something I guess the younger, lesser experienced surfers should really take note of, because changing strategies, plan A, plan B, plan C, if you watch carefully, you'll sort of see their strategies unfold, and it really separates top from the bottom.
You definitely have to have a couple of different strategies if you go into the heat. You don't want to go there with one single plan. You know, wave can change so easily, especially those beach breaks. Just, it changes a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, here we go.
川瀬心奈波に乗ってきます。一発目スラッシュターン、そしてフィニッシュのターン、ここは2ターンコンビネーションを見せてきました。少しずつスコアを重ねていっているのがレッド、そしてしっかりと波を待っているのがブルーの脇田沙羅。
Here she, Kokona up on this nice left-hander. She's looking to slap that open, gets a nice little rhythm into a nice off-the-lip snap. Definitely going to be the best, I think. What do you think, Guy? We haven't seen many, but here she's again from that drone angle. Shout out to Ryan there on the bird. Off the lip with that second hit. She likes it. Little eyes to the judge there.
Nice combination.
Definitely nice combination.
5.0 straight away. So pretty much the last wave set the tone and became the benchmark for the judges. 5.0. The nice two-turn combo. She didn't really push anything hard on that way, but she just trying to build up the scores first.
Yep, and great judging. You can see that's the benchmark for what's less than that's going to be less than 5. What's harder than that's going to be more than a 5. Great way to set it and let the athletes know where that criteria sits. When it's a 5.0 even, it's a great benchmark for them now to sort of plan out the rest of their heat.
Now you know how to get 5 and how to get above 5. So definitely you need 2 solid turns to get 5. And yeah.
And Sarah would have been watching that one, I guarantee, from the back, seeing what she did, and now she knows, okay, I saw that wrap, I saw that hit. A little bit hard to tell how critical it was from the back. She just would have seen 3 fins probably punch through the back and then stand up clean, and now she knows, all right, that's what a 5 looks like.
2 turn, 5, okay. Just trying to get a better wave, then she'll get the 5. But this is Kokona Kawase up and riding again. Kawase Kokona 5点をスコアして立て続けに波に乗ってきます。そして後ろからは脇田沙羅2本目のライディング。少し難しい波ですが、しっかりとインサイドまでつないできて、掘れてきたセクション、縦のアクション入れて前に出てきました。さあこの波が何点になるのか。 6.60 で逆転をしていきます。 Beautiful answer back from Sarawakira. Hit the great 2-turn combo. Really loved the last section. She just went vertical off the top. A lot of power in it. So definitely it'll be her best score in this heat. She's locked in a small score 2.00, so needing a 6.60 to go into the first.
660 got stuck on that. Sometimes those words just get locked in there, don't they? And you know what you want, and your mouth and your brain are having an argument. 2 scores to lock in. Kokona being super busy out there. Sarah a little bit more calculated. We might see that change. Here she goes. This is her last wave.
Nice first turn. Nothing, she didn't push super hard on that one, but still she got this nice vertical off the top in the end section. So that's a, great 2-turn combo.
And this is Kokona on her one. Nice snap on the inside. And this is where that benchmark of that 5.0 for Kokona's 5 is really going to come into play. That finishing move with Sarah definitely more critical than Kokona's one, but she didn't get that combination. So again, the judges a lot to think about what they're going to sort of focus on today. Do they want to see that end section, or is it going to be that smooth combination? Ooh, I'd hate to be a judge.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm not a judge, maybe. But looks like Kokona is having a look at this one. 川瀬Kokona、立て続けに波に乗り続けます。一発シングルマニューバーですが、大きなターンを入れてきて、この 3.60 を塗り替えていきたいところ、 3.60 以上出すとその差を広げていきます。
And she seems to be just locked into this, sitting on that shore break basically now in these one-turn maneuvers. Like, she knows what a 5 looks like. I'm surprised she's not moving just a little bit further to try to get a little bit more work done, because I guarantee that's going to fall probably around that 3 zone again, because she's sort of just giving the judges on repeat at the moment. Her 3 sort of very similar waves now in that.
Yeah, that's right. Probably she could have just waited at the back and trying to get different approach to the section, but probably she's just trying to get rid of the 3.60 first. Let's take another look on this one.
As we do there, nice off the lip. It was probably a bit more critical than her last snap. So,
but Sarah Wakita's last wave comes in a pretty good number. This is a replay of last of Kokona. We're still waiting for the last of Kokona yet, but the last wave for Sarah Wakita comes in at 5.60, so it's turning to the best score of the heat so far.
And it was about that hit. It was the critical nature on that hit on the end. It was a lot more vertical, super bowly wave, and she just connected with the lip right on point, which is awesome.
And on screen, looks like Sarah up and riding. Wakita Sarah 先ほどのライディングで 5.60 スコアし、その差を縮めています。1発2発3発と3発目はしっかりとパワーを入れたフィニッシングターンになりました。この波で 3.40 をスコアすると逆転していきます。Well, smart surfing from Sarah Wakita, needing small score 3.40.
Absolutely, throwing away a 2. I think she's done.
She's done the job. Probably, she managed to get 3 turns in, and the finishing turn was pretty powerful.
And you were right about Kokona too, a 4.0 for that last one. Live action.
川瀬Kokona先ほどのライディングで 4.0 をスコアし、この波2発のターン、そして掘れたセクションでフィニッシュのターンを決めてきました。その差を広げていきたいところ、川瀬Kokona、このライディングで 4.0 以上を出すのか、そして脇田沙羅もラストスコアで 3.40 を出すと逆転していきます。
This is the replays. This is Sarah trying to build on her, throw away her toe. I believe she will get rid of this, lining it up. Nice little back up to her number, but now Kokona is, I gave you a bit of lip before that. This turn, she's putting a lot more onto that turn than where she started. She is building as this heat goes down the line, that 4. This one's got a bit more. She's got an opening turn, but that's almost a replay of that first one, but she added a turn at the start, so I think she's going to improve again. I reckon she might even get close to that first wave of that 5.0.
Close to the end of this heat, but this is getting exciting. But on screen we have Rita Suzuki with Miyu Furukawa just checking out the surf. She's going to be surfing soon.
Yeah.
Definitely, it'll be a great matchup.
And I reckon they were watching Kokona's wave there, or Sarah's, just understanding what those 5 looks like, what that 4 looks like. I can see the initial numbers for Kokona dropping in now, and she's starting to figure it out, working on that bank, and it's working for her.
It is 5.75 5 for the last wave for Kokona that put her into the lead right now. 川瀬Kokona 10歩目のライディングで 5.75 をスコアし第1位のポジションに戻ります。現在第2位が脇田沙羅、必要なスコア 5.16、 残り時間が3分です。With 3 minutes remaining on the clock, now Sarah is in second place, needing a 5.16, which is not a big score, and she's having a look at this one. She has first priority. 脇田沙羅、これは非常に重要な波になってきます。 5.16 が必要ですが前に出てこれません。 That was really unfortunate for Sarah.
And the way these waves are, there's been a lot of waves ridden in this last sort of 5 minutes compared to the start of the heat. They've sort of figured out the rhythm of the ocean. That's what these athletes are super capable of, reading, adjusting it, and getting into that place where they start identifying the scoring waves and then they start ramping up. That was so unfortunate for Sarah. 2 minutes, I think she'll get another swing.
Definitely, it's a short paddle back out and there's plenty of waves coming through. And, that was really unfortunate for Sarah because she was on the way to the requirement 5.16. If she could make that last big maneuver, then yeah, definitely it would be the 5.16. But now Kokona will play some defense from now. She has fast priority.
And yep, she's going to be sitting on her leg rope for the rest of this heat, I'm sure. Support crews there on the beach.
So that's Kokona's shaper and the shaper's son. They traveling together. Kokona just started her own surfboard brand.
Epic.
Kokona Shape. So yep, it's great to have someone that you trust in your corner. But looks like Sarah Wakira is having a look at this one.
And the cool blood in the vein of Kokona to let her even look at that one without even flinching. I love it when it's like that.
Maybe Sarah was just trying to sell the
Absolutely, and Kokona did not buy. She didn't want a piece of it. Sarah.
脇田沙羅、この波で 5.16 が必要です。インサイド掘れてくるか。さあしっかりとつなげていきます。そしてセクションが立ってきたところに力強いターンを見せてきますが前には出てこれない。残り時間1分。1 minute on the clock.
Pressure building.
Pressure is building up so much for Sarah and also for Kokona. She's just holding on to the first priority. She's gonna play well defense here. 45 seconds on the clock. So Kokona is in lead with 5.75 and 5.0. Sarah Wakera is in second, 5.60 and 4.25, needing 5.16. It's not a big score for her. She's already locked in the 5.6, so she knows how to get the 5.16.
She does with 20 seconds. Oh, the time, the clock. There's Kokona looking for Sarah. No matter what I think Sarah looks at now, Kokona will be on because it's almost that time where there's nothing left.
Alright, so 5 seconds. Looks like there's no wave coming through for Sarah Wakita. Oh. Well, looks like that's the end of this women's quarterfinal heat number 1. Looks like Kokona will be moving through to the semifinals. And we're gonna go to quick break and we'll be right back with a lot more big actions from women's side quarterfinal heat number 2.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
Friends with the monster, calling for a monster. 'Cause I'm in love with a monster.
Monster RX 93.1.
And the action hasn't stopped here in the Baler International Pro QS4000. This is quarterfinals heat 2 of the women's. Anon Matsuoka and Nanaho Suzuki on your screen. This is looking like Nanaho starting things off. Good looking wave, big blast off the top to get things started, and she does it again. Drifts the tail, unfortunately isn't able to ride it out of it. But this is very exciting. Jara Legati, I want to welcome back into the booth John Carby.
What a morning. Here's that replay of the opening one from Nanaho. Nice fast start. That opening off the lip was nice. Set up this second turn perfectly. Just losing the fins a little bit hard, getting bogged down in that finish. But 2.5 to start things off. Quick start. Awesome.
Anon on her backhand. Let's see the second section. Upside down. I'm loving the energy. Anon is one of my favorite surfers to watch. Well, so is Nanaho, actually.
This whole women's draw is just insanely stacked. We are going to have quarterfinal after quarterfinal of non-stop action as we see Anon up here. There's a little bit of a section to hit here. She sort of times a little bit early instead of going over it, and then smack gets that second one complete. She sort of did what Nanaho wanted to do, and we'll see that reflected in the scores.
Nanaho straight off the bat, unfortunately gets her nose a little stuck there, but I've seen Anon Matsuoka a lot in Krui and Nias, and in my personal opinion, I think she's the Japanese Carissa Moore.
Ooh, I like a call like that. And these Japanese women are probably the powerhouse of surfing across the world at the moment. What they're getting done is just incredible. They are everywhere, doing everything, and it's super exciting to see.
All right, bit of a paddle battle situation there. Anon getting the better of it. Oh, actually not just yet. Anon, I feel like a little bit more in front, but Nanaho catching up pretty quickly as Anon was just having to duck dive a couple of those whitewashes.
That was a tricky one, wasn't it? I guess in the beach break, there's sort of a line that the priority judge is looking at. Not necessarily, you saw a wave, that was just a larger set wave. They've been sort of establishing the priority zones. The priority judge has a line that he's watching them get it past, and Anon got there first, live action with Nanaho.
All right, Nanaho now finding a good looking wave here. Unfortunately, she's done that on her past 3 waves, just not really able to ride out of it.
Wanted to scratch up the wax a little bit, get those toes dug in a little bit more on the next one. She's sort of made some uncharacteristic mistakes here. Her opening, setting up this wave perfect, a nice little opening slash, and then this second wave again. Just losing that back foot off the grip. So it's not the wax, it's the grip that needs to scratch up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Very un-Nanaho-like. She's usually a very fierce and sharp competitor. Not many mistakes throughout her heats. She's definitely one to build the house and then just explode towards the end of the heat.
Absolutely, and not even 5 minutes in, and she's already up to her 3rd wave. So last heat, we were almost 8 or 9 minutes in before they got a wave, just setting it up.
Wow.
But they showed these girls exactly where to sit, and we saw these two sitting on the beach nice and early during that last heat. So the hard work for them was done. Just go out there and continue off where the other two left them.
Yeah, I think we had the longboarding earlier, and the positioning is just a little different. So maybe that first heat struggling to find their spot, but here we have the second heat of the quarterfinals already live and ready to go. Anon taking a look at this one, wasn't convinced. But coming up next, we have Mirai Akeda and Shino Matsuda in quarterfinal number 3. And quarterfinal number 4 is Rita Suzuki and Minami Nonaka. So big names, big matchups.
I love your pronunciations. They're so crisp and clear. I just murder the names most of the time, no matter where they are. I'm getting better at the Philippine names, but I'll stick to the Aussies.
Yeah, the Philippine names are quite easy for me too because of the Spanish.
Yeah.
A lot of Spanish last names.
Yep. They have the J's or H's. That's always hard for me to get my head around. So an Arjona is actually an Arjona, and there's a few like that where I'm like, it took me a long time to get around that. But the Japanese names are actually very phonetic as you read them out, and basically in those syllables. So it's super easy, but I'm a little slow.
You're doing great. I'm loving it. You're doing great.
Yeah. But my apologies for those competitors that I'm
All right.
destroying.
Anon taking a look at this one as well. Not convinced. Both surfers are very close to each other. So with all the lineup they have, they decided to stay there. I don't know if it's a bit of mind games, a bit of powerhouse games happening out here, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. We have finally got into the woman-on-woman and man-on-man heats.
Judges are loving it.
Yeah, it's been some big days of competition. We've had some heats with more than 50 waves served.
We were sort of counting it up with the head judge last night, and we think there's been over 1,500 waves ridden, and it's a relatively small event, so it's incredible. There is a lot of athletes out there and a lot of heats going on, but in terms of the amount of waves, it's definitely out of proportion to a normal event.
Yeah, that's the beauty of beach breaks, you know.
If you're a judge, it's the horror of beach breaks,
Yeah.
I guess. And it's also quite closely set in, especially yesterday when that wind was up. It sort of shortens the banks up a little bit, and it's a 10-metre complete ride or a 5-metre fail, so waves are plenty.
Yeah, so I feel like we've had a bit of an increase in wave size as well today.
Definitely, there's more energy, a bit more punch in it by the looks of things.
Maybe a quick afternoon surf?
Ooh, yes, I think I'll hop in the water today. I was going to say I might try to sneak off earlier if no one's watching.
I'm watching. Now I'm watching.
Oh, there is Nanaho asking for an update. Even at this stage, as they're sort of getting closer to that halfway through the heat, she wants to know where she's at. She wants to know where Anon's at, and she needs to know what's going to come in. So the beach announcer will be saying, look, you have a 2.9 for that first one, a 2.3, and Anon has a 2.5 and a 4.25, and she'll be doing that calculations in her head, sort of. She would have watched Anon for sure. She knows where her waves are sitting, so pretty cool.
All right, while there's no waves ridden, we're going to throw down to Dai and our first semifinalist for the women's QS.
見事にセミファイナルに進出しました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初全然2人とも波に乗れなくてすごい、もう本当6分7分ぐらいスタートから遅れてしまったのでとてもドキドキのヒートでした。はい。
その中でもしっかりと自分でリズムを作っていて、ワンシングルマニューバーを続けながらその中でスコアをこうビルドアップしていったような印象ですが、やはり波に乗れない時間が長かったからこそ波に多く乗ろうというこう感じがあったんですか？
そうですね、もう波がどこで乗ればいいか見失ってしまってたので、とりあえずこう待ったら余計分からなくなるポイントだなと思ったので、できるだけ何でもいいから乗ってその中で5点とかのスコアを作れるようにイメージしながら行きました。
She had a really slow heat, 6 minutes in no waves have ridden from the both surfers, but she's trying to keep herself really busy trying to get as many as she can, and that's exactly what she did. She managed to get a couple of good turns in, and that's how she got through to the semifinals. それではいよいよ明日セミファイナルになりますが、その意気込みとたくさんの方応援してくれているのでメッセージお願いします。
いつもココナのサポートをしてくださる皆さん本当にありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげでこのバレアにも来ることができたので、ここではセミファイナルは久しぶりになるんですけど、しっかり集中して自分のベストを尽くせるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
次のヒートも頑張ってください。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dai and Kokona. Congratulations. First semifinalist of this QS4000. We just saw Anon hop off a wave there. Earlier on, we saw Nanaho do a big finishing there. I don't know if she actually did something big or if it was just a dramatic finish. 4.35 for the last of Nanaho. We're just going to wait for the replay of Anon to come.
Yeah, it looked like Nanaho did something. The way she came out with speed, you know she hit something quite well if she's that far out of the lip going that fast. So I can't wait to see the replay of that one. But in response, Anon just dropped to 3.70, so we have a battle out there.
Yeah, the judges holding back a little bit on the scores. Nothing too crazy just yet. We have both the ladies have 2 4s under their belts. But I'm wanting more. I want to see these girls in full force.
Yeah, it's no one's really broke through yet. And these guys are like caged tigers at the moment, waiting to just open up and set those fins free.
I was overhearing Dai earlier say that Kokona's here with her shaper and her shaper's son, and that she recently started her own surfboard brand. I think that's absolutely incredible.
It's the stuff that helps this industry keep going. Here is that wave from Nanaho. It was a backhander into the lip. Super critical, and that's where we sort of caught up with her. And this is Anon. Nice off the lip, a little bit timed with that backwash by the looks of things. There's sort of this weird half hour to an hour period where backwash comes into play here quite a lot. I think we're getting towards the end of that now.
Yep. So I think the tide is going down here. And I'm excited to see that incoming tide just really push, and we're going to see a feet or two added to the face of this wave, which is going to be really exciting as we finish off this women's quarterfinals and go straight into the men's quarterfinals. So it's going to be a great afternoon. So the low tide is at 11:45. So that's when we're going to see that change in tides and increase.
Let's go back to that board talk, because that is exciting. That is really good to see. And I think we were talking about it yesterday about this initiative that the WSL has towards women and where they went and changed the game maybe a few years back. And now we have girls producing their equipment, building that industry on the women's side, bringing equality across our beautiful sport, because, hey, that's what it's about.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's exciting to see the girls from the QS do it as well. I know Coco Ho recently started her board brand with the EXO Coco, and another name that comes to the top of my mind is Summer Longbottom with Dylan Longbottom. She's also been starting to shape and kind of follow through her dad's footsteps. She's been charging some great waves as well. So I'm excited to see Kokona now from Japan getting things underway with her board. And there is no better way to know your equipment than making it yourself.
Absolutely. And there is Mariah on screen. She is there nice and early in Jersey. And this is what we saw from the last heat too, sitting on the beach early because they need to know what the up-to-date conditions are. There's no point being out of there at this stage, stretching on the grass somewhere. This is when you need to be on the beach, starting to really dial in your strategy, where you're going to sit, which waves look the goods, and learning off the previous heat in that water.
Hopefully, actually, back to the board thing, it would be great to see one of the girls or a couple of the girls on the QS riding Kokona's boards in the future. That would be sick.
It would be sick, and that's where we're heading. That's the exciting thing about it. That might have been a dream when she started this thing, and I think soon it's going to be a reality, which is super cool. And when you have an athlete shaping their equipment, it comes from that place of experience and knowledge. Getting in with the guys who are shaping and sanding and everything like that, it's valuable feedback, and it's where these boards are getting to now, because she knows a lot of conditions around the world. She knows beach breaks like this, and every condition has a board.
All right, so let's stick to live action. This is gonna be a good-looking wave for Anon. Good first turn here. Let's see if she hits the second section, and she does. She needs to ride out of it. That was gorgeous surfing from Anon Matsuoka.
This might be the first breakaway number that we've seen through this heat. That was a great combination. Straight into the replay on the drone. Nice opening wrap, and then she's just eyeing this section and gives it absolutely everything. The board coming up, the body language from her. She knows it's her best wave of the heat, which says to me immediately it's going to go above that 4.25. What do you think? Going to get towards 5.5, maybe 6?
I think so. That was really nicely done from Anon, and it was the first kind of two-turn combo we saw that wasn't really sticky, and she was able to really ride out of both of them with speed. But just a quick update. It's looking like we're going to go on hold after this heat. Give some time for that tide to really go down, maybe get some better conditions for the next quarterfinal, and the next call is going to be at 1:30 p.m.
Ooh, that's exciting. So what they want to do, they've noticed over these few days that as the tides dropped out, the wave conditions have deteriorated a little bit. We're going to let it get through that low tide as it fills back in. Then, game on.
Maybe our surf is going to come a little earlier than we thought.
Maybe I won't have to sneak away. Maybe I'm genuinely allowed to go out for a surf now.
Yep. All right. So there we have it.
5.75 for that last one of Anon. She definitely broke away. Good call. I think we put it between the 5.5 and 6-point range. The judges finally agreeing with us.
You did it again.
Huzzah!
All right, Anon, one big blast off the top. Beautiful surfing. Anon is so precise. She's very sharp. And she wants this win. She wants that semifinal.
You also called it early in this heat that they would build throughout their heat, and this is exactly what's happening. She's had a few throwaways, but now she's starting to really build on that, and I think that's going to go near that 4.25, maybe a little bit more than that also, because that was a crack.
Yeah, it's very typical of these two surfers, both Anon and Nanaho. They build their house. They're very, very smart competitors. They were born and bred to do this practically, so they know what they have to do. They know the scores of each wave probably after they finished it, so it's all part of the game.
Yeah, they're not just shapers and board designers, they're also judges in their own rights.
Yeah.
And they will be out there knowing what a 3 feels like, knowing what a 5 feels like, and knowing what a 4.7 looks like. And she just dropped that 4.7, backing up her 5.75. Nanaho now needing a 6.10 to get that spot in the semi-final.
Exciting stuff. 7.5 left. This is such an important day. We're getting our quarterfinalist, and by the end of it, we're going to have all semifinalists ready, locked, and loaded for tomorrow.
Ooh-wee. Finals day shaping up to look like at tomorrow at this stage. We obviously don't know the conditions yet, so a bit early to... But our crystal ball saying tomorrow we are on.
Maybe.
We've had a pretty good call, so might as well start leaning on our abilities at this stage, hey?
The waves have been pumping. It's been getting bigger and bigger every day that we've thrown the contest. So that's exactly what you want.
Exactly, and yeah, as the surfing level increases, so does the surf quality. This is perfect. This is event 101. Best case. And the wind has been friendly. We had a few really squally days a few days ago. It looks like I was a bit worried this morning when we woke up and that wind was already probably 10 to 15 knots straight onshore, and then it sort of seemed like a bit of morning sickness, and it sort of gentled down throughout the morning. So beautiful Baler. We've got some free surfers over there in the background enjoying that little increase in swell, and I'm sure there's probably more than a few of the quarterfinalists out there getting a bit warmed up from the men's side.
Yep, getting their reps in, figuring out what's happening out there, because there has been a change in conditions from yesterday to today. So we saw the longboardings having to adapt and change their strategy throughout the heat, because it has changed a lot and it has increased. So I'm sure that a lot of these surfers are out there catching their waves, maybe changing equipment, maybe a bit of a change in fins. We'll see as we go through the day. But yes, after this heat, it is on hold.
Yeah, and I think with that tide dropping out, there's sort of another sandbank that shows up out the back, which takes away the energy as well.
All right, live action. Anon Matsuoka, big blast off the top, upside down, 12 o'clock. That is Anon Matsuoka.
Ooh, what do you like better, backhand snap or forehand snap?
I, personally or visually?
Oh, let's go both.
All right, so personally, I'm a goofy till the end. I love going left.
Alrighty,
Love
here it is,
visually,
upside
though.
down.
Visually, I like a backhand one.
Yeah, okay. I like the backhand because I think you can just get more critical. I remember when I was learning the coaching in the first, like in the Board Riders Club room, saying it's so much easier to come down from a backhand snap because you're naturally falling forward and bringing stuff under.
Yeah.
On the forehand snap, it's actually hard because you're going against nature and bringing things back down in a more unnatural way. So ever since that, I was like, all right, it's easier to go vertical on the backhand than it is on the forehand.
Even starting from the bottom turn, it's just easy to like really open up that chest, have that front arm, opening it all up. So it's easy to go upside down as well. It's just more natural.
Yeah, it's more natural to bring things back under you that way as opposed to against the grain. If
All
that
right.
makes sense. Sometimes I just ramble. But
I
think it makes sense.
It doesn't go into her top two, but for that one turn, she got a 4.65 Anon Matsuoka.
And again, she's so intelligent, so high Q heat strategy that she knows, all right, if I hit that with a combo, I'm probably going to get into the very good score.
It is Nanaho with priority here. Good looking wave. She takes off a little late there, but she manages to get to the face of it. One good turn, upside down that second one. So that is really nicely done. She's looking for a 6.10. I don't know if it's going to be a score, but she's getting rid of that 2.9.
Yeah, but she wants it at this stage, I guess, wanted to improve on that 4.35 to lessen that requirement.
Yeah.
So she's going to want to jump above her 4.35 in this one. That a little bit stuck there. Might have cost her, but still she gets a great combination. Gets that board straight up through that lip. A sensational second turn. We'll see it again there. She's sort of waiting for this thing. Times it well in the pocket there. And gets, you can see the fins come out the back of the wave. Judges love that. She's going to love that. And I think it's going to bump up above her 4.35.
Yeah, I love Nanaho's style. She's very low. Her stance is extremely powerful. It's hard to knock her off. You know, that center of gravity is really low.
Yeah, and this heat just got interesting, a 5.20. So now she's needing a 5.26. So she needs almost to do that exactly again and hope that Anon doesn't do anything else.
Yep, all right, but Anon does have priority now. We just passed that 3-minute mark. And if we're going to be talking competitively, Anon is going to be following Nanaho like there's no tomorrow.
Yes, there is Nanaho. She wants that update again. She probably didn't hear the score as she was on her way back out. So she needs to now to take those deep breaths in, listen to the beach commentator, get the information, and then get herself a wave exactly like that with another 0.606.
Exciting stuff. I love finishes like this when it's so close. Nanaho just took away that 6 requirement. 5.26 is much more doable. So 2 minutes left. Will she get the opportunity, or will Anon not let her catch anything?
They've got a little bit of separation, which is a bit strange. And you can see this is why we're going to go on hold, because those outer bank ones are starting to wash through and take away that scoring waves that we saw throughout the whole entire morning. It just makes things a little bit more awkward of what to get on, and there's not much scoring potential on those out the back sort of wash through closeouts. They're on the money bank.
All right.
1 minute 50 seconds. They're both moving towards something.
Looking like there is a bit of a set wave. Both of them getting really close to each other now. Anon not giving Nanaho any breathing space. She doesn't want to give her any chance. Nanaho knows that she's going to try and sell Anon onto a wave.
Nanaho still wanting to know what the score is, what she needs. She knows she needs what she needs. That's probably the main thing she's asking right now. What do I need?
Yeah. Ooh, I'm nervous for them.
I love this. This is where it's at, and it's a big score. It would be the third biggest score it would be the second biggest score of the heat.
All right, here we go. Some sets coming through. It is Anon with priority. Does she sell? Yep, okay, so Anon's on this wave. She's going to have to do something.
Well sold. She sold what she needed. She's done everything right up to this point.
All right, let's see if Nanaho gets one more chance. 40 seconds left in this heat. Here we go. She decides not to go. She didn't see the potential in that wave. 35 seconds.
Oh, don't look at the wave now. Focus on what's ahead. That's so hard. Those decisions make or break. It obviously wasn't what she needed, and she knew it, but she just needs something else. She's paddling towards the lineup now.
Oh, wow. I'm really nervous for her.
Meet her halfway, and she looks like she's going to get an opportunity.
All right, here we go. 15 seconds. Nanaho has to go on this one. This is her last chance. 5.26 is what she's looking for. She scratches onto it, gets up. Let's see what she does here. One reversal, unfortunately wasn't able to get out of it.
What a way to go down. That is full respect. She knew she needed something. That wave wasn't going to give her anything, so she was going to make it happen. What a great chance. What a great shot. I love that. I love that so much.
Yeah, that was a great matchup. Congratulations to this young woman on your screen. She is our second semifinalist. And with that, we're going to go on hold, and the next call will be at 1:30 p.m. local time here in the Philippines. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Have a good rest, everyone. See you later.
From grassroots to gold, from gold to greatness, that in itself is already a solid foundation. I will not hesitate. Bakit ako magdadalawang isip sa isang bagay na alam kong tama para sa kinabukasan ng bayan at ng mga bata?
gold is yours!
And yellow! He survived a late scare.
Check. Check 1. Naririnig ba dyan na Jo Marie? Jo Marie, taas mo ang kamay kapag narinig mo. Thank you so much. There we go, Dylan. Air. Wow! Thanks, Dylan. What a nice air. Joy nose 5, holding 5. Wow, and wipe out. everybody. Current time is 1:37. Our next call will be at 1:45 for a potential 2 p.m. start. For the longboard QS, today is off for the day. Longboard qualifying series. So we'll give you guys again the next call, 1:45 for a potential 2 p.m. start. we're back. It's on. 2 p.m. start. It's on. 2 p.m. start. We'll continue on with our women's quarterfinals. Shortboard, heat 3 and 4. And after that, we'll be seeing the men's quarterfinals, heats 1 to 4. We're still doing it with 25 minutes each. So, heat 3, get ready, Mirai Ira and Shino Matsuda. We will start at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. start. Nine minutes to start. Dylan, you can get another air before start. Right, we'll just test the buzzer, testing the hooter in 3, 2, 1. Okay? 6 minutes, start. Minutes to start. 15 minutes to start. Start. 2 minutes. One minute start. Surfer standby.
Waves are pumping, and we are starting things off with the quarterfinal heat 3 at the Baler International Pro QS4000 in the water. Starting things off this afternoon is Mirai Akeda and Shino Matsuda. It is a minute to 2 p.m. here in Baler, and I'm very excited to get into this heat. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back Camille into the booth.
Thank you, Jada. It was an ever so restful break that we had, and now I have all the energy to really watch this heat. We have an all-Japanese quarterfinals actually, and both of these girls, Mirai and Shino, have been stellar so far. Could be 50-50. I'm not quite sure. It could go either way here.
Yep, both ladies are sharp and ready to go. You can see them paddling both for a good wave here. Looking like Shino paddling couldn't really scratch into it. Did Mirai go? I don't think so either. So I'm mostly excited for all these quarterfinals. We had a great matchup earlier with Anon Matsuoka and Nanaho Suzuki. That was back to back. It was neck on neck. The girls were absolutely tearing it up out there. Then we decided to go on hold as conditions kind of deteriorated with the tide, but now we are back and the waves are cooking.
Yeah, and you can only see such a small fraction of the wide beach that Sabang has, so the waves here don't really give justice to the situations out there right now. There are nice big sets, really meaty sections to work with, and yeah, it's all about wave selection and being able to really time your connection and just feel it when, you know, a good one's coming. So wave reading and selection, I think both of these two are equally good. So yeah, it's super exciting. Maybe I'm going to lean toward Mirai a little here because I got to watch her performance yesterday and she was just throwing herself out there.
All right, so I'll go with Shino then. Shino is one of the most elegant and feminine surfers on the Asian, or not even the Asian, I think the co-sanctioned events that I constantly see. She's very sharp and fast. So is Mirai. But it's going to be a great matchup because both women are very feminine in their style and very stylish as well. But Shino, an Olympian, represented Japan in Tahiti. So she doesn't only charge, but she also surfs really well in these types of conditions. She's one of those surfers that is very constant with her results just because of that, the fact that she can adapt really quickly. I'm pretty sure these two matched up in the final 2 years ago at the Cruy Pro. So this isn't the first time that they're going against each other.
Good insight. Yeah, so maybe Shino has a bit more experience under her belt here, but yeah, it would really be interesting to see Mirai pull off a win because, as I said, I felt her energy and her hunger, and it's maybe something else. Maybe she hasn't shown us something yet.
Yeah, I watched a couple of Mirai's heats, and she definitely hasn't gone into full gear yet. She has a lot more in the tank, and I'm sure now that we're in this quarterfinal, she's going to start ramping things up. Taking a look at this one, not really interested, but it wasn't Cruy Mirai who got the win over Shino. Yeah, so Mirai's backhand is deadly, and I'm sure she's going to be leaning on it, specifically as we get deeper into the draw to get those higher points.
So what's going on here? We've seen all the girls try to paddle into what looks like makeable waves. However, they're just mistiming the connection. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 more committed paddles, or they're looking ahead and not quite seeing the ball. But live action now. Mirai takes this one. Good first 2-turn combinations, and there's the commitment that I was telling you about. But wait, Shino not to be discounted. Wow. Okay, it's on.
We're officially underway. 2 scores to come in for both Mirai and Shino. I was loving this. Break this one down.
Okay, so nice, good setup. She eyed that section down the moment she stood up and not looking afraid. That's like driving straight up into a concrete wall, I hear. And here is Mirai's slightly longer ride, not as steep as Shino's selection, but again, this is just her opening wave, so she's just getting warmed up. But with just impact alone, I quite like Shino's also, I have to admit.
Yeah, Shino's one big explosive maneuver. Mirai, on the other hand, a bit of a smaller wave, 2 turns, but not as big or critical, I would say, as Shino. So this is going to be a really important and critical part of this afternoon. The judges are going to have to look at those 2 scores, replay them, and see what the higher score will be, because that's the message they're going to be that's the message that they're going to give to the rest of the athletes. You know, we would rather see one big turn on this closing on a closeout than 2 smaller turns on this smaller wave,
which could play to be a bit safer, right? It's time to take more risk. It's the quarterfinals. And yes, just under 20 minutes left. The ocean looking somehow very quiet, but here's another look at Mirai's first wave. So yes, this one's kind of lumpy, not so stretched out and powerful, so just enough clearance for her to perfectly execute those 2 opening moves. But now
it was Shino getting the better of it, a 5.25, Mirai a 3.75. So the judges really pushing it, saying we want to see one big turn, we want quality over quantity. Shino's wave a little bigger, it was a little more critical, it was a little bit more of a big meaty section coming towards her. So Mirai incredibly well. She didn't surf it wrong, like anything out of place, but I just feel like that wave didn't have so much opportunity, maybe like Shino's did.
And it looked like something that had already been done over and over the past few days, where Shino's was just refreshing. So I know I picked Mirai for this, but I am a fan of that one.
No more changes.
No, I'm not changing. I'm just giving you cred. That, yes, that was a really beautiful turn by Shino.
All right, couple minutes in, nervous moments, because this is a highlight, I would say, here. We are starting back up. The conditions are different. The scale is going to be adjusted again. So it's not an easy moment for these girls, and they both want to be in that semifinal. This is quarterfinal heat 3, Afterwards, we will be going straight to quarter heat 4, where we will see Rita Suzuki go against Minami Nonaka. And finishing off the afternoon, we're going to go into the men's quarterfinal, where we will see Yuji Nishi take on Taki Kanazawa. Ryo Inaba go against Dylan Wilcoxon. Hiroto Arai and Dani Widianto, and Kaiki Yamanaka go with Kei Kobayashi.
Okay, so in the quarterfinals for the men's, we have Japanese surfers as well as a few Indonesian surfers.
Yep.
Okay.
As in our women's draw, it's just a full Japanese.
Yes.
So we're gonna have a Japanese final.
Yes.
I'm hoping that Dylan and Danny, wave that Indonesian flag high and get that spot as well. But it's all down to the ocean and how well they've come prepared to this event. So I'm excited to see how things just pan out this afternoon.
Yes, you're right. And just when everyone was taking a break, we actually caught Dylan surfing while everyone was away. So he was almost alone out there. But live action now, Mirai going on that one, still not that very explosive ride that we know she's capable of. So it's just another score to put on the board, but I won't be surprised if she's dropping that one soon.
Yeah, Mirai just needing to find the opportunity, needing to find the wave to let her really show her full potential. I feel like the first wave she caught wasn't what she was really looking for. So plenty of time with 16 minutes left and only one other surfer out there. That's more than plenty of time for her to do it. Shino now, taking a look at this one, she needs to get over that lump. This wave is going to start bowling up for her on the inside. One turn there, nothing critical yet. And there we have it, upside down. Lovely backhand blast from Shino Matsuda.
Wow, and she was actually ready to go before the call was to go on hold. Like, she already had a rashi on, and yeah, that extra 3 hours of just anticipating this matchup. So tell me, that's crazy. That could be a very awkward feeling. But here's the replay of Mirai. So yes, that first turn was not as vertical, but she does navigate and find this closing section, the second one being a better turn in my opinion. But here we go. In comparison, Shino's wave, she's driving down the line on her backside now, and it takes a bit of a long time until the wall stands up, but there you go, that closing finish, she goes full vertical on that one.
Yeah, I love that wave from Shino, like really weaving through that dead section here. She got around that double wave, kind of pumped it through. You see her here weaving through this dead section of the wave, setting up. Look how low she gets. I love that turn. She was strong, came out with a lot of speed. Mirai Akira doing something pretty similar on the other side. So again, judges are going to be comparing. It's going to be neck on neck. It's going to be very close.
Oh my gosh, so both surfers have scores to drop, but yes, as I was saying, during the break, we were on the boardwalk just observing, and maybe there were just 2 or 3 people out. One of them was John Maria Buesa on the longboard, and another one was Dylan Wilcoxon, and he was surfing so good. So if he could bring any of that into his quarterfinal matchup, I don't want to jinx it, but you know, he has a pretty good chance. He's really getting dialed, getting to know Sabang Beach really well.
Yeah, Dylan is a really talented surfer, and he is that type of athlete that once he's really in his zone and in that powerhouse moment, he's unstoppable. I mean, recently we saw him win the QS4000 in Nias, and only 16 years old. So I think Dylan only loses when he's not really in rhythm with the ocean, but he's looking like he's in a pretty good state of mind with his family here. I've seen him constantly in and out of the water. He's always having lunch. I saw him at dinner the other day close to where they were staying, and he's looking like he's in a good mindset. And right after this, he's going to be heading over to Peru. He's representing Indonesia in the ISA World Juniors. So big moment for him, as well as his younger sister, Allen, who's going to be going with him. And he's really excited, and he can get some great results out here already. A quarterfinal is a great finish. So he needs to back up that 6,000 win pretty soon.
I love that there is just so much more traveling involved for our young athletes because I've mentioned it before, but it's really quite the education to be in different places of the world, and that's just something that no textbook can translate. So I'm stoked for these kids, and that surfing has opened up a platform for them to become really well-traveled individuals.
Yeah, you're right. There's a certain aspect to it that just teaches these kids things that can't learn in school and you can't really learn staying in your hometown. It opens up your mind to different cultures, different foods, different experiences, and being a quick thinker, because sometimes on the road things go wrong and it's not always going to be that perfect one-way path. So it teaches you how to adapt quickly and how to just be more open-minded to try new things and meeting new people, getting new ideas, having new opinions, and growing your surfing as well, because you go up against others that are not just the same surfers. You don't get to analyze their surfing like you would with people who are always in your same heats or in your local contest.
That is true.
It's you're right. It's a great experience, and he gets to do it at such a young age. So that's going to be really valuable. It doesn't matter what path he decides to take future in his life, be it professional surfing or anything else. Everything he's learning now, he's going to take with him.
Yes. So quick decision making, that is a hallmark of a good surfer. You have to be able to adjust by the millisecond out there. Like right now, both of these girls have a lot of micro adjustments to create.
Ooh, unfortunately there, Shino, we have an up and out. Her last score came in at a 3.7, Mirai a 4.10, so scores are really similar. You know, it's anyone's heat. We just passed that 11-minute mark. And these two young surfers, Shino and Mirai, are part of that group where they travel constantly. They're all over the place. Both, I know Shino has been a Challenger Series surfer. I need to double check on Mirai, but going up against the best and having that experience just gives you that extra boost of confidence when you go back maybe to the QS in your region. You don't get your nerves kicked around so easily. It's harder to get under your skin because you've been up with those big dogs, you've been up with the best, so you just get that extra layer of skin that, you're tough.
You toughen up.
Yeah.
You're made of metal. So, but I don't think you can ever get over nerves. There will always be something that will challenge you and cause you to second guess yourself. And yeah, I guess that's the mental training that you were mentioning to me, that competitors also need, what was the word, like sports psychologists? Yeah, that mentoring in that realm. I think that's something that we could also really work on for our local athletes here.
Absolutely. I mean, sports psychologists are becoming more common every day. So are different forms of meditation, breath work. We're seeing mindfulness, all different types of I can't find the word right now, but yeah, just different approaches to getting to that top level. It's not just about your physical body anymore. You have to really work on that mindset. It's at the end of the day, 75% is your mind. If you're nervous and if you can't get your emotions under control, you're going to be fumbling and you're not going to be able to really perform at the level you would like to. So a lot of these surfers now taking different approaches to it, opening their eyes to different meditations that allow them to kind of tap into that flow state.
Yes. And flow state is another indication that surfers, I personally think, are exceptionally intelligent people. Like, it will take lots of, brain cells to just digest reading things like the swell and wind and changes in swell direction and hand-eye coordination, and on top of all that desire to win. So that whole mix is a lot for one human being to be taking on every day.
I remember when Italy's sports is very involved with the government as well, and something that I picked up, or they talked about a lot, is that the government really wants to push sports in young people and the youth, because they want us to take the sportsmanships and the loyalty and following the rules as well into our life. So they want us to, the same way we follow rules in sports to make it fair and you don't try to make it unequal. They want us to translate that into our everyday life. So that's why they really want to push sports onto that younger and up and coming group of kids.
I like that. So concept of fairness.
Yeah. So they want the concept of fairness and being equal and following the rules. They can translate that into their everyday life, into school, into their job. So it don't necessarily have to have a professional career in the sports that they choose, but it gives them life lessons. Shino Matsuda now taking a look at this one. Unfortunately goes down the back rail, just getting a little bogged on the way down. 7 minutes left of this quarterfinal.
But she's still comfortable in first place, a 4.6, although it's looking like a very makeable score. It's looking challenging now, and here's another look at that wave. It had all the hallmarks of a good wave, but you're right, so maybe she projected a bit too early or too late, but she can make that. She did that on her earlier turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think she got there slightly too late to that section. The whitewash just kind of making it harder for her board to flow out of it, but she's not looking phased. She's looking really strong and confident in herself. She is currently having the upper hand. It is Mirai with a bit of work to do, a bit of catching up. But this is Mirai now, live action on her backhand. Unfortunately goes down as well. The backwash not really helping these ladies out. We are 2 hours into the high tide, almost mid-tide. So hopefully we see this kind of clear up a little bit. We're going to see a bit of a push in the swell with that incoming tide. And we've seen this wave. It gets a little bit affected by the tide, but you can almost surf it anyway. It doesn't really matter. The difference is minuscule.
Yes, and that was uncommon. I'm not used to seeing Mirai fall down. So yes, a lot of dynamic movement in the water, and these are the moments where if you really spend more of your time free surfing, you get attuned to the ocean and know that, hey, I just have to wait it out, and ultimately those swells will just have to organize themselves.
All right, there we have next heat paddling out. That is Rita Suzuki in the red. She'll be going up against Minami Nonaka.
And Minami Nonaka is last year's event winner here in Baler, so she's very familiar. And let's see what she brings to the table compared to last year.
Sometimes having that win can actually be creating more nerves because
there's pressure.
Yeah, and people are expecting you to do good again, so it can actually go against you sometimes.
Yes. So like you said, sports psychology and all these concepts of fairness and balance and just overall turning into a well-rounded, healthy human being, mentally, physically, spiritually, because man, I pray so much more when I'm in the water than when I'm on land.
It's just finding your rhythm and finding your routine and what makes you get into that flow state. And for some it's praying, for some it's meditation, for some it's exercise, for others it's the kendama. So
yeah,
there's no real formula to it. It's just what gets you there, what is good for you personally. All right, Mirai has to be careful here. She lost priority. Shino takes off behind her. Good first turn here. A bit of a foamy one, but she manages. She has to land, and she does. That was really strong
deadly
finish from Shino Matsuda.
We might be done. Okay, but I don't want to concede to your pick just yet. We still have under 4 minutes. Here's the replay. Looking determined. She knows she fell a few times, but this foamy section really bowls up, and there you go again. She throws her entire body into that section, and here it is. No flinching at all.
That is a big section. She just went with it. No fear. Matsuda, we're waiting for that score to come through. I think she's going to be throwing that 370 out the window after that last one comes in, making life a little harder for Mirai Akira. Mirai, a 486. She's going to have to look for something a little bigger now.
Hopefully she spots something out there. You think that last turn from Shino was better than her 5.25?
I don't think it was better, not because of the turn, but mostly because of the wave selection. It just had a lot of whitewash in that first part, and she had to do a lot of pumping to get to that second section. There we have it, a 4.85 for Shino Matsuda. Now Mirai looking for a 6. So things are going to start getting tense. We just passed that 3-minute mark. Mirai is going to start paddling and is going to have to start surfing now.
She knows she needs a bigger sized wave. And here she goes.
All right, on her backhand. One big turn, goes upside down. She's going to stick with it. Decides to pull off there. The wave not offering too much more. Don't think that's going to be the 6. She's going to have to paddle back out before Shino does so she can get that priority.
Yeah, just a little less critical, but here's another look at that. Driving with full intention, and that lip was coming down already, and almost looks like there could have been a reform on the left. But here's that one hit. Cool swagger for Mirai right here, but as you said, nothing much on offer left.
I mean, that one turn was incredible. It was pretty inverted. She was upside down, but with just that one turn, I don't think it'll be enough. She might chip away at her score a little bit, but I think she's still got some work to do.
Here she goes.
Shino cashing in her priority. Good first opening carve there. Goes again on that second one. Holds on. Shino is looking unstoppable now. Mirai behind her. Nice backhand turn there. Needs to get around the section. Unfortunately, isn't able to. A minute 25 left. Things are starting to heat up in this quarterfinal heat 3.
This was really smart of Shino. She took a glance up at the priority board and knew that it was her turn, and turned out to be quite a bonus because this wave was really a nice wave for her. And she does not fall down. We might have to check if she has straps on her board.
Beautiful surfing from Shino Matsuda.
I would have fallen immediately. And here's the answer back from Mirai. Just one quick tag. Goes critical as well. Unfortunately, just a little smaller and just a little mistime. Does not make or find another section to hit.
I think Shino's going to improve on her score again after that last one. I really like that wave because it had variety. It was different. She gave that big carve, a lot of spray. And that second turn was in a really critical section. She managed to stick through with it. Personally, I think that's going to reach that 5 again. But I'm no judge, so.
But 20 seconds left. We're counting this down now. And Shino Matsuda putting on a really good show, but not to be discounted just yet. Mirai. Ooh, that won't do anything for her. And with that, we are done with heat number 3 for the women's quarterfinals.
All right, so time is officially up. We're waiting for one more important score. Mirai Akira looking at the scores trickling through. It's looking like it won't be enough. Comes in at a 3, so it is Shino Matsuda going into the semifinals. We're going to throw out to a quick break and see you in quarterfinal heat 4.
From grassroots to gold to greatness, that in itself is already a solid foundation. I will not hesitate. Bakit ako magdadalawang isip sa isang bagay na alam kong tama para sa kinabukasan ng bayan at ng mga bata?
yours! He survived a late scare.
It's the last heat of the women's side quarterfinals, heat number 4, straight to live action. That was Rita Suzuki in red, and then we have Minami Nonaka, who is defending champion. She took a win. The last is Baler International Pro. This is a great matchup. Actually, these two are sitting in the really close, Asian ranking. Definitely, they are wanting to get through this heat. I am Diaboko here in the booth with Camille.
Yes, this is an all-Japanese quarterfinals. This is the last one. In the previous heat, we just said goodbye to Mirai Ikeda, who's actually Rita Suzuki's best friend. And here's a replay of last event's winners. So just not being able to stand up from that one. So both of these surfers have excellent waves already, building their scores early, and Rita getting the better of that opening exchange, in my opinion. Here's another look. She's waiting for this section to go up, but this second wave, she gets snagged by that.
First wave for Minami was really good wave, and she just, she put a lot of good turns. Unfortunately, the last section she goes down. That would be a good number for Minami, but like you said, Rita got a bit of the last exchange, 5-5 for the first wave. It's straight in, great actions.
Yes, this battle has started early, no downtime at all, and still very, very early. So only chasing after a 4.51. Minami, again, as mentioned, she won this event last year. She knows Baler like the back of her hand, so it will be pretty exciting to see what new things she can pull up, or what else she can show, since she already won the title before.
Yes, and it's a second last event of the year, and the points are really one factor that every competitor is thinking about. So definitely these two are thinking about points here, because Minami is currently sitting the 3rd place on the Asian rank, and Rita is 5th place in the Asian ranking. So it's really close. There's only 200 points in between them, and only top 3 surfers get a qualification for the 2026 CS Tour. So it's really important matchup for both Rita and Minami. But while we have a break in action, we're gonna go over to Giada with the last heat winner.
I am. We are here with Shino Matsuda, the winner of the last heat. We saw you getting ready before the break. I saw you doing some meditation. Tell us a little bit about your pre-heat ritual.
I was focused for this heat because it's important event for me, but I try to enjoy here because waves are really fun and people are so nice. Yeah.
Why is this an important event for you?
I haven't been get good result recently, so I really want to get good result here, but also I want to enjoy my surfing.
When you're out in the water and you need a good result, how do you stay calm? What do you tell yourself?
But in the water, I wasn't thinking about the result, just the waves and yeah.
Mirai is a really good competitor, and you guys have competed before in crew in the past, so you finally got the win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels really nice. She's really good competitor, so yeah, I knew it's gonna be tough heat and conditions were very changed during the day. So yeah, I'm so stoked.
Tell us who you're traveling with and who are you here?
Yeah, I'm here with my mom and we've been enjoying this beautiful place.
Amazing. I'm sure you guys have so much fans at home. What would you like to say to everyone?
応援ありがとうございます。難しいコンディションだったんですけど、勝ち上がれて明日のファイナルデーにつなげることができてすごく嬉しいです。明日も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you so much. Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Yara and Shino. Just like she mentioned, it was very important win for Shino Matsuda, currently sitting the 8th place on the Asian rank, and making to the semifinals gives you 2,440 points, which is second best for Shino Matsuda. So definitely it's a big win for Shino.
So she's gonna climb the ladder if she keeps on winning
Right.
these heats, and any chance she'll be in the top 5?
Only top 3 surfers get the qualification for the CS Tour next year. So definitely it's a big win, but definitely she wants to win here at Baler.
And after this event, there is just one final more.
No, actually, one more event in 2025. We have, I believe there's going to be 2 more events in Australia, Asia Sanction event. And that one event has been called yesterday, which is Baler Pro QS4000. That is Asia and Australia Oceanic Sanction event. So there's a few more events coming up, but still, you want to get points earlier.
The end of the road is still pretty far for our competitors. And what about you, Dai? Will you be on any of these events, or coming home first?
I'll be going home after this and enjoy my Japanese food back home and surfing probably. But I'll be there in China events. I really looking forward to going there and have a surf, commentating, and have a session at a wave pool. Yeah.
It's a wave pool in China.
There is a new wave pool, and I've seen a lot of crazy aerials from Joe Bergen the other day, and that's one of the craziest air, definitely.
And is it a shortboard only event?
Yes, it is only shortboard event. It's Asian QS4000, so probably we see a lot of Japanese, Indonesian, Philippines, and Thai, Indo. So yeah, it's gonna be a great event again.
Okay, I'll tune in to that one. When was it again?
I have to double check with the exact date, but probably about 11th of December to 17th of December. So it's a week event.
Okay, yeah, setting my calendar alarm for that. And back to live action over here. It's just a couple of waves trying to make their way to the beach. Our surfers are being picky, and now
Well, Rita up and riding 鈴木リタ4本目のライディングです。現在第1位 5.50 をスコアしています。しっかりと技を決めてきました。これが 2.50 以上出すとその差を広げていきます。第2が野中みなみ。
So here is that replay, and she settled for a slightly smaller wave here, and a lot of pumping to get to this ending section. Not a very steep wave, in fact, for her, but she knows that she just has to put in the work and really keep improving her scores. She has to get busy because she knows that Minami already won this event last year, so she's not leaving anything to chance.
Rita has a great year so far this year. Came second place at QS6000 in Japan. Had a good result in NIAS as well. So definitely her confidence is building up. But on screen we have Taki Kanazawa, brother of Roy Kanazawa. He's one of my favorite surfers to watch. He's very entertaining, and you don't really know what he's going to do on the wave. So it's going to be a
Really?
great matchup. On screen we have Nonaka, Minami Nonaka。南の中3本目のライディングになります。1発2発目と大きなターンを入れてきます。2発目はしっかりとスプレーを飛ばしてきてフィニッシュも決めてきました。素晴らしい3ターンのコンビネーション。 Beautiful 3 turn combination from Minami. The second turn, lot of power, lot of sprays coming off the lip.
And with that, I think she's back on the board. That's kind of the confidence that
Right.
we know that she can bring here, being a winner already. And yes, here's another look at that nice section ahead of her. She eyes it down, and good first carve, getting a lot of speed. And this next one, yes, so much power in that second turn and finishing it off. Whoa, that closing might have been my favorite turn actually.
Finishing off super strong. That's a great combination. She probably checked all the boxes that you need to get excellent score, and now she's in second with 2 and 0.50, which is very small score. Requirement is 710, which is decent score, but I think the last wave will be super close to the requirement.
But maybe just a bit under 7.
I'm not too sure. It could be 710. It was, it had a really powerful surfing and critical section, so
Yeah, it was exciting to watch.
yeah, it comes at a 6.50.
Oh, we're not far off.
So now she only needs 2.60 to go into second place, but definitely having a 6.5 is a good feeling right now.
I'm pretty stoked whenever we get the scores, our assumptions about what the scores are. I like that. It means that we are also really learning as we're watching all these heats day after day. And do you think being a commentator actually translated or helped you with your own surfing?
Oh, definitely yes, because to be watching one of the best surfers in the Asian region, and then there's so much to learn from the just watching screen all day, and it gives you a lot of thoughts about surfing. So yes, I believe so. Yeah.
I just like seeing how they pick waves, because that's something very, very different. So that's something that happens during these WSL events. So you're so used to seeing your home break. Like for example, in Mona Lisa Point in La Union, we're all surfing that break every day. But the moment the WSL surfers came, we just saw them position themselves in areas where we wouldn't even sit.
Right.
So that's just like opening the floodgates and showing what else is possible on a wave, especially one that you're used to seeing every day. And now,
Important wave for Minami, needing a 2.60, small score, but that was a great another 2-turn combo from Minami.
Amazing.
That will definitely replace the 2.00 and will meet the requirement, that's for sure.
I loved how she just weaved in and out of the sections there. Like, how could she have known that this was the way to go? That is amazing wave reading from Minami Nonaka. And here is that replay. So good first turn, jamming that board in and throwing her fins up into the air. And yes, good reading and critical play from Minami.
Few scores already locked in and looking really healthy for the last wave for Minami. So it's 5.0. That put her straight into the lead. So with the 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go,
The tables have turned.
Minami is in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.0. Rita is now chasing 6.01, but there's plenty of time left on the clock. So we'll see. Rita's gonna get a great performance.
Pressure is on for both of these ladies, so no one is quite safe just yet. So this is the kind of action we love to see. I'm here for it.
Right, so few sets rolling through to the lineup right now. So these surfers slightly paddling towards the outside to position themselves to a better place. But looks like Minami having a look at this one. She is up and riding, but it was just quick in and out. Didn't like the look of it. So keep yourself busy is a very important factor in this kind of condition, because I had a surf during the break, and it was tricky. I gotta say, it was trickier than what it looks like from the beach. Once you're in the water, you can get lost so easily. So you have to kind of like get as many waves as you can, and to able to get to know the waves.
Where did you sit? Which peak did you select?
I just sat right in front of the judging tower.
Right in front of the tower.
A little bit towards the left side. There's a you can see the white water shape right now. There's a little bit of a left break there, and I sat there. I wait for the waves, but I didn't really pick the right ones. Didn't have the great surfing, but still, once you're on the right waves, it gives you a lot of opportunities and a lot of wall to walk on. So it's a fun beach break.
Yeah, and on the screen, just about now was our local girl Katlea on a skateboard. So that's the kind of fun things you can do when you're down here in Baler. You can watch the surfers out there in the water, and you can also just skate down the boardwalk. I think it's such a cool vibe, though.
Yes, it is a great vibe on the beach, or local communities gathering up, just watching the comp all day. It's nice to be outside. It's super hot outside, but still, the wind actually feels great.
And Rita trying this one for size, but does not decide for it. Perhaps this next one again. Yeah, it's kind of tricky when you don't know where to sit, and with just two people out, it's so much easier to get lost, as you say. There aren't really the most common markers where, when there are locals out there, you kind of have a clue as to where to sit. And the sandbanks, again, just the quality of sandbanks and how often they change, that's just the nature of beach breaks. So aside from just looking at the waves from above the surface, are you one of those surfers that also geek out about what's underneath, just the shape of the sandbar?
Yeah, that's what we are trying to know. That's how you can know where exactly you can sit and wait. So the shape and to search the banks is very important.
Yeah, so it is a worldwide education when you are a surfer. So you learn about the weather, you learn about waves and their power, and just geography, everything. And just now, what these surfers in the water are learning they're learning patience.
Yeah, but they've been surfing here almost a week right now, so they probably have some kind of ideas where to sit. But finding the right waves is just tricky part. You know where to sit, but you kind of don't really know exact wave that you should be catching.
Would you say it's a bit bigger today than yesterday?
The wave size?
Yes.
It's way bigger than the last couple of days, and it's bigger than yesterday. So definitely, it's rippable waves, surfable waves.
But I'm sure you still managed to find a few good ones during your free surf, Lai.
Yeah, one or two, maybe. I would say I love to see them on the screen, but no one was filming. But yeah, one or two, I had a good surf, so I was super stoked.
We'll check. Let's check first. We'll talk to our media team and see if anyone was filming the free surfs. Because someone out there, actually, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were in the same lineup with Dylan. Were you surfing together or different times?
Different times, yes.
Yeah, because we were on the boardwalk, and he was just one of the few guys out there, and he was actually taking to the air, just finding those big, massive ramps to work with. And that's something we are excited to see in the men's QS coming up after this last heat for the women's.
Yes, we're gonna run into men's side of the quarterfinals, but looks like Rita is up and riding. 鈴木リタ、重要な波になってきます。 6.01 が必要。大きなセクションが目の前に出てきたところで縦のアプローチ、これはしっかりと決めてきました。 さあこの波が 6.01 になるのか。 6.01 をスコアすると1位のポジションへと上がっていきます。 So Rita was chasing 6.01 and she had a steeper section to hit it, and she just hits
That was
with
a
so
good
much
wave
power.
that she picked. I like how the wave face gets organized right about in this section right here, and she waits for it to build up and goes vertical and almost stumbles, but she finds her footing and regains control to ride out completely. And so see sheer, just a quick carve, and this is that massive section I was talking about, and attacking it full commitment 100%. That looked convincing, but let's see. I got excited watching that wave.
Right, that was a great surfing. So 2 minutes on the clock, and there's still time left. There's gonna be another chance for two surfers. So this is the last of Minami. Just one single maneuver, but well-controlled surfing from Minami Nonaka again.
Wow.
Still waiting for the both last wave. I had a chance to have a chat with Rita at other events, and she was saying she's been training this year so much, and she's having a weight training and surf coaching, and she's just put everything into the surfing right now. So you can see from the last section just how she's strong, how she's super powerful.
All the training is paying off. This is that magical moment, I think, for
Whoa.
Rita.
I love
Very
this.
patient. Yeah, we have a slow-mo now.
Slow-mo replays.
Goes super low and just throws her entire body, goes completely vertical, and wow, strong upper body maintaining balance. Good core strength.
Alright, 50 seconds left, and we saw Rita
Oh my
got another
gosh.
wave, but still nothing on the scoreboard
Those
yet for the
scores have
previous.
to drop. You gotta give it to us now.
This is a replay of the last wave from Rita.
So not as big, but she got really flary on that one too. So that looked super sick, but she might not really need that. Or unless that other one was not enough, so she's trying to split the 6.01 into two just to lower the requirement maybe. So very, very, very tense last 10 seconds of this final quarterfinal heat for our women's.
So 5 seconds, so fifth wave for Rita is not enough. 5 to 5. Still waiting for the last wave for Rita. But unfortunately, this is right after the horn. Wow, she put big towns in it. That was really unfortunate for Rita. So you can see in her body language, but it's Minami who is
What
going
did you
to.
think of that? Was she happy, or you think she knows maybe she feels that wasn't enough? Because that looked super good too. I think that comes very close to a 6.01.
That was after the horn. So that
After
yes.
the horn.
So we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with the men's action quarterfinals heat number 1.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
メンズクォーターファイナルヒート1日本人対決が行われております。バレアインターナショナルプロ QS4000、 このヒートには西裕二、そして花澤拓がクレジットされています。 Another big Japanese matchup in this men's quarterfinal QS4000 Heat 1. Yuji Nishi already locked in 6.0 up against Taki Kanazawa in blue. Straight to the live action, we have Yuji Nishi up and riding on his backhand. He is on fire this event. Wow, this wave just kept him a great wall to walk on. So I am Daiwako here in the booth with Jessie.
Hey Dai, we're straight into a pretty spicy heat here. This is the 6-point ride. Cool flare on that first turn from Yuji. He's just had impeccable wave selection this entire event and not slowing down now. Oh, gets real funky with it on a big release there on his final turn. You can see his fins just glided perfectly over the foam, re-engaged exactly where he was looking for them to. So Yuji, he's looking so sharp actually. I'm really impressed with how he's been this event and just the way he's carried himself from start to finish. Taki, he's been impressive as well. The one thing, I've said it before about Taki, I love how much emotion he surfs with. You know exactly what he's thinking. Goes down on that finishing turn there. Got some nice work done before it. And then this is where we came into this heat. This is where we caught up with Yuji getting his second ride in. We're not even 5 minutes into this heat and he's already posted 2 pretty good scores. So came to this inside, he wanted a big finish and he got it. So yeah, Yuji, that's a sharp start there.
Wow, you know, like you said, his wave selection is just on point, straight up 6.0, and he's just fired up. On screen we have local community. This is the cafe next door to us, and I had a lot of coffees from here.
Yeah, the Bay's Inn, they do great smoothie bowls as well. I've actually really enjoyed going there for my lunch every day.
Right.
And good coffee, you're not wrong.
Good coffees, and I believe that we're gonna have Camille at the last hit winner.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Dai and Jessie. So I am here with Minami Nonaka, who is soaring straight into the semifinals round now. So first of all, welcome back to Baler. Thanks for coming back. I know you took the event win last year. So how was that last heat with you and Rita? So there were a couple of lead changes. So she started off in the lead and then you snatched it from her, and there were some chances that she also did. So yeah, how do you feel about your performance in that last heat?
Yeah, it was, I couldn't catch the good waves in first 10 minutes or yes. So it was so nervous, but I got 6.5 and 5 points, so it was good.
Do you still remember the conditions during the event here last year? How would you compare this year's?
I love here, so it's similar to my hometown, so yeah, I'm comfortable. Yeah.
You think it's same size waves, or are we getting bigger waves this year, or were last year's waves bigger when you were here last year?
It's bigger the last year. Yes.
Okay, so you can even manage this if it goes a foot or two higher. So I'm super excited to see that you already know Sabang Beach very well, and yeah, go thank friends or supporters, say hi to them back home.
応援ありがとうございます。次は明日のセミファイナルなので、このまま優勝を目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Minami, and back to the action. Over to the men's.
Thank you, Camille and Minami. Straight to the live action. This is Taki. He just put 3 or 4 tons on this wave. That was a great surfing again from Taki Kanazawa. He's very competitive surfer, like you, Jessie.
I do get quite competitive. You haven't seen it in me yet before until we played paddle yesterday, and then you really saw it come out in not a pretty way. But this was a great wave here for Taki. I mean, just kept his flow, his momentum running through those first 3 turns. And then I love how he didn't overdo it. He didn't force anything through this inside section. He just rolled with it and didn't just try and squeeze in, 8 more turns. He hit the sections that were there, that were steep, and that were going to add to his scoreline. So really smart surfing here from Taki. This is the point I'm talking about. Just patiently waited until there was another good-looking section ahead of him, and that timed him perfectly for a solid-looking vertical hit on the inside. So Taki Kanazawa, that's a nice answer back to Yuji's really strong start.
Definitely, and his score's already locked in. It's flat 5, so definitely good start for Taki Kanazawa. He's back in the game with a 5. Now he needs 5.01. And this is a replay of the first wave from Yuji. Nice tail release there. Really stylish. And, he didn't get a rotation, but I kind of like it better.
Yeah, I prefer it like that. Good to see he's using the Almeric fins. All 3 were out the back. We got a close-up look at that. And, Yuji, he's on one of those carbon epoxy boards. He was telling Camille yesterday, and it's obviously working for him. It looks really... it looks actually almost like flexy under his feet, like it's really reactive, and it goes really well in the pocket of this wave. So, Yuji, his board's looking great. He looks mentally sharp as well.
Yeah, I know, like you said, he's mentally polished and surfing is on fire. And I had a chat with him after the heat, and he was saying that he has a lot of supporters back home. He trained his mental game as well, so he's very focused in surfing right now. That's how he's just looking really sharp, and it all paid off now.
Oh, and I mean, he's got such a great role model of his older brother, Keijiro, doing such incredible work over on the Challenger Series, has been for a couple of years now, and he's set a new benchmark, and Keijiro, he keeps getting better every single event, and Yuji, he was actually pretty well scouted from a young age, and then I feel like took a while off competition, and now he's coming back and he's got that same sharpness that Keijiro is displaying this year.
Definitely he's showcasing his surfing skill now. But back to live action, I love his signature layback turn there, and he makes it no problem.
No problem. He's literally landed those, I reckon, 1 in every single heat. He's just got these on lock. You can see calves back, eyes off this section straight away into a layback there. So jumps off the end of that one. Probably not the most critical one we've seen him do this event, but just to have that turn on lock and just have it just in your back pocket at the drop of a hat, I mean, that's pretty cool. It shows that he's been working on it for a long time.
Definitely, some guy has a game, and Taki has an A game as well, but I love the layback turn. Whenever he needs a big score, he just does the layback turn, and it's actually rewarded every time.
Every time.
And then looks like Taki is up and riding again. 金沢Taki 5.01 が必要です。しっかりと立て上げて少しテールを抜いてきました。スラッシュターンからインサイドのセクションでここもテールを抜いて3発のコンビネーションを見せてきました。先ほどの 5.0 と同じようにしっかりとターンを重ねたこの波が 5.01 を出してくるか。Here's a replay of Last of Blue.
Yeah, Taki just continuing this rhythm right now. He's really surfing to this beautiful momentum, surfing to his own pace, but surfing with enough power and punch so that it makes that pace really impactful. So I love what Taki's bringing. 5.01 is the score, and he's surfing towards the lead right now, and he's edging closer every single time.
Wow, I gotta say the last wave will be super close to the requirement. It'll be just under or just 5.01.
You know what? It's the battle of the younger brothers right now.
Yeah, right.
With Yuji
I just
and
noticed
Taki.
that.
Keijiro, obviously Yuji's older brother. Is there another older brother?
Yes.
There's 2 older brothers.
2 older brothers.
And then Roy Kanazawa. It's cool.
And here is Yuji up and riding again. 西ユージ、これも綺麗にテールを回してきた。スーペのアクションも綺麗に決めてきました。この波で 4.0 以上を出すか。 出すとその差を広げていきます。残り時間12分30秒。
Okay, I think this replaces the 4. I really like this wave. Obviously not that first click he was looking for, but got really flary on that second one. You could see that board rotating. And on that last turn, even though there wasn't a lip, the board fits in the shape of the wave so perfectly here. Just that board in particular, maybe the best I've seen out of all the equipment. So Yuji, yeah, he's looking sharp right now.
Super sharp. On screen we have another Japanese competitor, Ryo Inaba. He's one of the famous surfers, one of the powerful surfers in Japan. He's Olympian for Tahiti or France Olympics. So it's gonna be another great matchup. Ryo Inaba against Dylan Wilcoxon.
Yeah, that's a cool heat coming up, that one. We've kind of got one of the more established surfers, a veteran, like you mentioned, an Olympian surfer, coming up against a young gun. But someone who's had a big victory here this year over at NIAS. He got a win over in a QS6000. He's looking for another win. So two very different styles, but it's cool. We got old school and new school going at it.
Yeah, it's a great to watch. You know, new generation just surf against one of the the legend surfers here in the QS. Love to watch the heat matchup, and there's gonna be many more come.
Oh, absolutely. You can look at the storms we get out to sea. It kind of just circulates consistently throughout the day. We get offshore, onshore, sideshore winds, and it just kind of happens with all of these storms just rolling through all day.
A lot of rainfall there, but hopefully we are not getting that cloud over here this afternoon. We have 4 more heats to finish off the day. This is heat 1 of the quarterfinals, and next heat will be a great matchup. Quarterfinals heat 2, Ryo Inaba, Dylan Wilcoxon.
And everyone wants to make it till tomorrow. Tomorrow's finals day. So everyone wants to be able to say, at least they made it to finals day and then potentially took home a trophy. We already have our finals set for the longboards. This is going to round out our semi-finals. Here we go, Taki.
Just waiting for the wave to stand up, but didn't like the look of it, so he decided to kick out. The situation is usually is in the lead with 6 and 4.35. Taki is chasing 5.36. This is Dylan Wilcoxon getting ready, waxing up with his dad.
One of the most naturally talented surfers I've probably come across.
Right.
He just, some people, that's old saying where people be like, someone has it. Well, whatever it is, he has it. He looks so relaxed on a surfboard, really calm, composed. He has his own style, and he doesn't seem flustered or phased ever. And I think he brings this really uniqueness to competitive surfing. I'm really excited to see where his career goes. Actually, I could see it going quite far.
Definitely, he's got every skill set that you needed to be on the world tour. He's a good tube rider. He's super good in the air. He makes one of the crazy air in the heat at NIAS, and he's got the turn. So definitely, he's already the world class surfer.
Yeah, he charges. He also knows how to grovel if he has to. So Dylan, he's only 16 years old, and so impressive at such a young age. So it's always exciting to see what someone like that will do and where they'll decide to go in his career, because obviously he loves competing.
Right.
But if he turned around tomorrow and said, I think I want to free surf, I think he could have a career in free surfing too.
Definitely. By looking at his Instagram, all the footage is just as good as other free surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see him in, even some specialty events as well that we see a lot more of the free surfers going. Thinking of Stab High, the Padang Cup would be really cool as well. So yeah, Dylan Wilcoxon, he's an intriguing one for me. I'm definitely going to keep my eye on him over the next couple of years.
Definitely, and he is currently sitting the 4th place in the Asian rank, and top 5 will be getting the qualification for the 2026 season of Challenger Series. So he's one step in. Actually.
He's so close. You'd have to think you're going to get close. There's just so many events in the Asia Series, so even with a win, you can still not qualify. But he's had a couple of big results, had a good result, I believe, at Siargao or Taiwan. But yeah, another one here, at least a semi-final or a win or a final here, that would really add to Dylan's campaign.
Definitely. So yes, it is a very important heat for all the surfers, but especially Dylan. He wanted to make it to the Challenger Series, that's for sure. But like you said, making to the semifinals gives you a lot more points. That's for sure. And speaking of the big win, Minami is currently sitting in the 3rd place in the Asian rank, and Rita was sitting in the 5th. So that was a great matchup as well.
Wow.
And there's only 300 points in between them. So
wow.
That was a big win for Minami.
Yeah, that was a big matchup then. Obviously, there's another event back in Indonesia in Papua, and then another event in China, and then we have some more events in Australia. So we're actually still a fair way out from knowing. So, but I feel like coming to these events, 4,000 points, it's crucial. You got to at least be doing all the 4s and all the 6s to solidify a spot into the challenges.
Definitely. If you're having a not great run in a QS6000, you can still be in the top 5 with a good result in the QS4000. You don't really want to be doing all the QS2000 because it's smaller points. You have to take a win. But in 4000, making it to the quarterfinals gives you a lot of points as well.
So many points. Some QS2000s, I mean, if they're thinking of someone like Rita and Minami who have 200 points between them, it'd probably be worth doing a 2000, and winning that event. That would still go a really long way. But right now, for someone like Minami, who is trying to defend a win here, yeah, this was a smart event for her to come to.
Definitely. Back to live action. Taki up and riding. This is a signature layback, and he always does that. Right out of it. Super clean.
He absolutely loves it. That one was a lot more critical and a lot more tucky than the last one. I feel like that's the level that he's set for himself. That's the layback we're more used to seeing. So Yuji's got to watch his back right now, because Tucky, he's creeping closer with that turn. He might have had a little left bowl here though.
Yuji Nishi is up and riding. Nishi Yuji 4本目ライディング、これは大きなターンになりました。テールを抜いてスプレー飛ばして、2発目も大きなスプレーを飛ばしてきました。金沢滝とのラストウェブとは違うアプローチを見せてきます。3ターンコンボになりました。Great exchange between red and blue. Great answer back from Yuji. Different approach, but beautiful combo.
As far as wave selection goes, that's the best wave I've seen the whole entire event.
Wow,
that was steep. He was tight and vertical in the pocket for every single one of his turns. Didn't have to, wait for it to stand up or jump over any sections. It just had a really nice bowl to it from start to finish. Yuji Nishi has probably the best wave selection, I'd say, out of anyone in this comp.
100% right. Totally agree with you. The last wave for Taki comes in at a 5.65. Enough to move him into the lead at the moment, but we are waiting for the last of red.
Yuji's, it's going excellent.
Yeah, that was excellent surfing.
It's at least a 7.5, but I think it'll go into the 8s, because 3 big turns on a set wave, 0 downtime, lots of spray out the back. It's got to do it. We're going to take a look and compare these last 2 waves. So here there's a 5.65. Actually, we'll check back in with that. This is the wave we're talking about. Wow. Big vertical hit, and that release even put him in a good spot to go straight into that second section, carved, and then went boom, big finishing turn there. So it's a massive wave, massive turns, massive, and then here,
wow,
that layback, I mean,
was massive.
It's clutch, so clutch. Look at this slow-mo, his back foot completely off that board, re-engages. His is all core strength here, uses the whitewash, pulls his feet with the board and his core back under him, and with the momentum of the whitewash is able to come back up. That is such a hard turn to do.
That was a great turn, but the last wave for Yuji comes in at 8.75. That put him straight back into the lead. It's the highest score of the event so far, 8.75 in the shortboard division. So Yuji is up and riding again. Nishi Yuji 4本目のライディングで 8.75 スコアし、第1位のポジションに戻りました。金沢滝 9.10 が必要になっています。Wow.
This is sick. This was the matchup that we knew was going to have some pretty cool spice. You know, these two, they're so competitive. The both of them individually are so competitive. Put them in a heat together, they want to win. They both want to win really bad, and they're pulling out every single trick. They're giving us so many different varieties of surfing as well, but at the end of the day, it's just highlighting how important wave selection is. Yuji's just unstoppable at this point.
Every wave Yuji took was decent waves that easily you can get like above 5 points. So definitely wave selection was on point. But I love, Taki's action. I love Taki's attack. He just went, just hit it super hard. So it's incredible matchup here. But 2 minutes left. Taki is chasing 9.10. Has to be the highest score of the event.
He's got to go to the air. He's got to do a big air, I reckon.
Yeah, big layback and a big air. On the one wave, then yeah, definitely he'll get 9.10.
Well, look at this storm coming through right now. It looks like they're going to want this heat to end with 90 seconds because this storm's coming in quick.
Coming in quick. You can see it. It's just right there. And we've been seeing this pretty much every day. At this time, we are getting this big storm.
Every day on the clock, this storm starts to roll in. We obviously went on a really big hold. We wanted to wait for this tide to do its thing. But this is just the risk that you take, unfortunately. Sometimes that, the weather, it can be pretty predictable here. I'll be intrigued to see if we potentially go on hold after this heat. But yeah, with 60 seconds, I feel like Yuji's definitely found himself into the semi-finals.
6 and 8.75. Yuji is in the lead comfortably. Taki Kanazawa 5.65 and 5.0. Chasing 9.10. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. So it starts raining right now outside. But looks like Yuji is having a look at this one. Nishi Yuji. この波はアップスをして前に出てこれません。現在第1位のポジションが西裕二、第2位に金沢滝。9.10 が必要です。残り時間がもう間もなく20秒。20 seconds on the clock. So Taki's having a look at this one. This is very important wave for Taki, leading a 9.10. Racing down the line, takes to the sky, get a rotation, makes it. It was a great surfing, but definitely need couple more turns.
Yeah, it's not going to be the 9-1 he was looking for. Right approach, he had to go to the air. So Taki, unfortunately, we're going to lose him out in the quarterfinals here, but Yuji just keeps powering on at this point. We're actually going to go to an ad break and we're going to go on hold. Next call will be in 15 minutes at 3:30 and hoping that this storm's going to pass by then. So stay tuned, stay with us. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
From grassroots to gold, from gold to greatness, that in itself is already a solid foundation. I will not hesitate. Bakit ako magdadalawang isip sa isang bagay na alam kong tama para sa kinabukasan ng bayan at ng mga bata?
yours! He survived a late scare.
You're made in the image of God. You were made to glorify God. You were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see the end. How can I live without you? You were there since the beginning. Let me see what you see in me. Let me be who you want me to be. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. 'Cause I know through it all, you see life worth fighting for. You see life worth fighting for.
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
From grassroots to gold, from gold to greatness.
Everybody feel the heat. Clap your hands, stamp your feet. I said we're moving on.
started. Let's go.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
As I pray, blessings make you rain. I go shoot my shot every single day. My body break every time they fail. I feel the pain, oh my enemies go shake. Hey, I don't wanna hear you. All the things that you do behind my back, I see you. Gone, you fuck up. Try to get me down, but you don't fall. With the lies you cooking, you done. Every day knock bass, I go, so them give me that gun, If I tell my mother how them they do her son, she go shout, mama, don't cry for me, no. As I pray, blessings make you rain. I go shoot my shot every single day. My body break every time they fail. I feel the pain, oh my enemies go shake. Hey, you, but you overlook me and you pass me by, Hey, you, I don't land, I don't come, waiting be your issue. Maybe you hating on me. My talent suffocate you. With all your chest you can't breathe. With all your chest you can't breathe now. If I tell my mother how them they do her son, she go shout, mama, don't cry for me. As I pray, blessings make you rain. I go shoot my shot every single day. My body break every time they fail. I feel the pain, oh my enemies go shake. As I
From grassroots to gold, from gold to greatness, that in itself is already a solid foundation. I will not hesitate. Bakit ako magdadalawang isip sa isang bagay na alam kong tama para sa kinabukasan ng bayan at ng mga bata?
yellow. He survived a late scare.
Make
You think a storm can hold us back? You're wrong. We are back in action. Quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Baler International Pro QS4000. It's already underway. We've got some catching up to do here. 21 minutes in, well, actually 21 to go in this one. Dylan Wilcoxon taking on Rio Inaba. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada Legatti. Your boy, Dylan, he's in this one.
Yep, I'm so excited. Speaking of, that is him on your screen right now on his backhand. This must have been his 4-point ride. He's looking sharp. He's looking on point. I'm loving seeing Dylan so confident in himself right now. I think he's had a huge jump in that confidence from when he won Nias. He's just really good in that Rashi now. Right behind him, Rio Inaba. Taking a look at this one, I think we saw this one earlier. This was just a quick up and out, but later on he did get this one a big layback to get his campaign started in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Rio looking sharp. You know, he's an Olympian. He's really strong as well. He's got a load of experience just hanging in his back pocket as well. He got this one all the way through to the inside just now, waiting on this score to lock in, but that was a huge finishing turn for Rio. So we definitely have a pretty cool heat in our hands. Di and I were chatting. It's kind of old dog versus young dog. You know, Dylan obviously coming through, already has that big win. But Rio, he's had QS wins for a long time now. He's been doing this for a while and an Olympian. So he's got a pretty cool matchup with the Grom right now. 16 years old here on your screen. Great looking first turn. Goes straight back into it for a second. He might get more work on the inside. That's a lot of speed coming off his board here. For a nice couple of taps on the end. Love that first turn. Would have loved to see him connect just a bit more on one of those other turns, but still, it's a great backup.
Yeah, I like it, but you're right. I feel like it was missing that big exclamation mark. He got a good first turn here. Does it again, but this section here gets a little stuck behind. Maybe should have just gotten around this section and done one big finishing turn instead of those two smaller ones. You know, he's going against someone who's a powerhouse as well. So Rio is a solid dude. He does those big hacks. We saw him do one just now. That was a big fan of spray coming out of that second turn. So Dylan has to maybe time his turns a little bit more and give it a little more space.
Dylan obviously lives the dream. You know, lives over in Kandui, just gets to surf perfect waves all the time. You've been friends with them and the family for a long time now. What can you tell us about Dylan Wilcoxon and just his tribe?
All right, so Dylan Wilcoxon, as you said, has the life that everyone wants. He wakes up in the morning, has 4 bobs, a super fun ride just in front of his door. His house is in front of Rifles, one of the best right-handers in the world. Kandui, the wave, is right behind. So that's just where he lives. That's his house. Then he has access to the boats from Kandui Resort, and he surfs waves like hideaways, bang bangs, bank faults every single day. Like, that's just their daily. Him, his younger brother Jaden, his younger sister Alin, his good friend Alif as well. And everyone from Kandui Resort, I'm sure, are watching as well because they watch all of their heats. They have their TV set up in the living room where everyone has breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they watch everyone's heat, so huge shout out to them. But when he's not in paradise, he's doing his contest in Bali, he's in Pererenan. Him and his family are always there. They're doing all the ligas, they're doing the nationals, and he is actually selected to go to Peru after this. They're going to go to the ISAs.
Oh, he's got a couple more comps on the cards for the rest of the years. He still wants to go deep in this one. That's a better looking first turn. Oh, for the error first, but goes incomplete on the finishing there. So Dylan Wilcoxon, way before, was a 5.25. He looked super impressive at the start of this way, but it just all came undone at the end here, Giada.
Yeah, this was looking like a great start. He got past this sleepy section, this big one, goes to the reverse, but unfortunately gets unstuck, and that's really unusual from Dylan. He tends to be one of the surfers that can do those turns or airs in his sleep. I mean, he does those every single day, especially when he's in the Mets. I've seen him land the craziest air or make it out of a barrel that you would never expect him to make it out of. So I just feel like he's grown so much lately in his competitive side. He's starting to get comfortable in that Rashi. I remember a couple years back he did crew in Nias, and And he would have that type of nervous system where he would just freeze. You know, he would just kind of sit there and not really catch waves. Whereas now, I see him paddling around. I see him creating that opportunity for himself, which is a huge win. And that 6,000 in Nias was no small moment.
No, definitely not. You know, it was not like it was an easy field either. You know, guys like Rio Inaba were competing. Obviously, we had previous champions in the draw as well. Challenger Series guys. People come from all around the world to compete on the Asia and the Oceania co-sanctioned events. And Dylan, to beat all those guys and come out as the man who's holding the trophy above his head, such a cool accolade, so young. He wants more. Right now, chasing a 5.76. Didn't like the look of that one. Feels like we've got another rain squall about to come through as well. It's just that time of the afternoon here in Baler.
Yeah, we've seen this happen quite a few times, but we're not holding back. We're gonna finish this quarterfinal. We're just gonna have to go through it. I mean, the surfers are already wet, so the rain doesn't really matter to them. It's just if we can keep all the routes. Yeah, just a bit of water and
Get
wind.
over it. No, I'm kidding. I know. It's just it's funny though. These rainstorms, they come through with so much power, so much intent, and then they last about 3 minutes, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
And we get this really clean offshore wind, and it actually makes for better surfing. So I feel like, you know, you just got to unfortunately stick through it. The heat's underway now, so we're going to have to run through this storm, but I feel like we're going to have clean offshore winds in about 5-10 minutes time.
I call it when the heat ends.
When the heat ends, rain will stop, wind will go offshore. It got better after that last rain squall that came through. So we'll probably be looking for hopefully the same conditions. Yeah, Baler, it's predictable for these afternoon storms. We've had one every single day so far, which is why we try and start super early to get these rounds underway before this afternoon sets in. But it's pretty cool. I've been learning a lot about the mountains here and how much they impact the storms and the wind. And even to one of the locals was telling me to the detail of the way the sun hits the mountain in the mornings depends on what the wind will do in the day.
Stop.
Which is really cool.
Really?
I was like, really? And they were explaining it to me and I was like, that is crazy. So the mountains that we have here are actually really important into slowing down typhoons that hit this part of the world, which is cool.
I remember Camille mentioning that, and I can see that making sense. You know, it's kind of like that barrier, and it protects the coastline as well. But I'm so intrigued about the sunlight. So
I know. I'll have to go I'll take you to my local guy.
All right.
Yeah,
Your
my
local.
local source of insight here. But this is Dylan. He wants another big finish. Goes to the air. Sticks. No, he doesn't. He gets so close in the second attempt for the air reverse here. He usually has them on lock.
He does, which is weird. I'm hoping it doesn't mean that he's got some nerves, but he's looking calm. He's looking confident. I can tell. It's funny. I've seen him surf so much. I can really tell when he gets nervous, and he's looking good. I mean, he already has a win this year, and like you said, he's so young. He's just 16 or 17 years old, so he's only doing this for the experience. He's not actually chasing points just yet. He just needs to surf as many heats as he can and try to get as many contests down as he possibly can. So it's all about learning, and Ray always tells me Ray doesn't come from a competitive background either. Ray Star is his dad. They come from living in the mental eyes where everything is sun and fun and no time, and they come to this completely different competitive world where everything has a limit. You know, it's 25 minutes. You can only catch 2 waves that score. So Ray and the family are learning as well, and it's great to see them really catching up quick.
Yeah, it's cool to see them adjust on the fly as well. Someone on the other hand, Rio Inaba, he's been doing this for years. We'll get back to that in a second. Dylan with a bowl to work with here. We know what's coming. Air reverse, gets tail high, goes down on yet another attempt there. He's going to go for it though, because if he makes one of those, it's the score.
Absolutely. 5.76, that was going straight to it. I mean, look how high his tail went. He eyed this section from the beginning. You can see a little bit of a double up there. Here he goes for the air. He looked like he was going to land it, but it looks like his tail got a little stuck on that whitewash, wasn't able to really turn that board all the way around. But with 11.5, that's plenty of time. Rio Naba being a little more patient. He's got a pretty decent score. That's 6.25 and 4.75. So now he's just holding on to priority. He's sitting at the back. He's going to be a little more picky. We're seeing the second squall of rain come down. It's looking like the wind picked up a lot. So Dylan's going to have to adapt a little bit. So is Rio. Conditions change from when we started this heat. It was nice and glassy. Now it's kind of all over the place. But these are some of the best surfers we have. So they're gonna adapt really quickly.
Yeah, down to the top 8 of the men. We've already established our semi-finals for the women's shortboards, women's LQS, and the men's LQS as well. Interesting year though for Rio Inaba, for someone who's been doing this for so long. Obviously balanced both the QS and the Olympics last year. Had a 13th at NIAS, a 9th at Korea. He had a 5th at a QS2000 over in Miyazaki, but currently sitting 12th on the rankings. So kind of, needs these points right now to keep making it up there, because he's a Challenger Series surfer. He is. But it just shows that this Asian men and the field of talent we have it's probably the best it's ever been.
It is. And honestly, I love how much each wave varies in the tour they have. I mean, we just came back from Taiwan, which was more of like a cobblestone bottom, making it more peaky. Here it's that full beach break. We have Korean Nias, which are great barreling rides or long left-handers. And then we go to Australia, where it's a little more difficult. It's that beach break again. And it just changes so much. These surfers have to adapt, and it's not easy. They have to be prepared. They have to have the right equipment everywhere they go. So it's looking pretty crazy out there. And talking of adapting, I hope they can see, because it is looking rough.
Yeah, it's wild out there right now. We're looking at the glass just on the outside of where our booth is. It is absolutely pouring down at this point, but once the heat started, you can't stop it. So 9 minutes, there's a nice 2-turn combo for Dylan. He doesn't look phased by the rain at all. I bet you he's the type of grom that just surfs in rain, hail, or shine, no matter what. Rio Inaba, he's got so much experience under his belt. This wouldn't be phasing him at all, but nice 2 turns here, Giada.
Yeah, I'm liking it. He is looking very sharp. I love that you could see the tail of his board probably on the other side of the wave there. He's that wave didn't have too much on offer, but he surfed it as best he could. I don't think it's gonna be that 5.76, not because of his surfing, but mostly because of the wave selection and what the wave had to offer. But if he did that on a bit more of a solid section, that definitely would go up in the 6s.
Yeah, Rio's been quite quiet in comparison to Dylan. That was his 9th wave. Rio, 4 waves so far this heat. So 2 really opposing styles going down in this heat to trying to get the heat strategy. Feels like we're going to see an air here. Throws that tail around. Unfortunately, just not sticking any of them so far in this heat. 8 minutes to go right now. Rio finally taking another wave, but he doesn't like the look of that one either. So that's 6.25. It's setting him apart here. But, yeah, unfortunately, just another mishap at the end of this wave for Dylan.
Yeah, I think Dylan needs to maybe go back a little and start a little from zero. He still has plenty of time. I see him just catching a lot of waves, keeping busy. But maybe he needs to be a little more picky now. And he needs a decent score. It's not something small. So he needs to kind of get that mindset back to competition and not just throw airs around and actually try to land one.
Yeah, previous to the last wave, a 4.95 for that 2-turner. So his rail surfing is getting him close. So potentially doing that on a bigger wave, trying to get a little bit more vertical in the pocket, might just edge him over the line for this 5.76 he's chasing. 7 minutes, he's not slowing down. He's going to keep giving himself opportunities. He's loading up. He actually lands that one, but I feel like there was a little bit lackluster in his body language there. Maybe didn't like it himself. There's a second attempt and a good one at that there. So 2 air reverses, 1 wave. Rio on the answer back here isn't into that left, so he's going to head back out the back. But hey, 2 airs, 1 wave. Don't know if we've seen that this comp.
No, we haven't. I'm loving it. He looks like he's just having fun out there at this point. I mean, that was so natural to him. This second one was so much. I love that tail high all the way around. Really good reverse there. So I'm hoping that's the score. I don't know if the judges are going to think that was more like a tricks, like maybe didn't have so much of that height and explosion as they usually want, but that's really hard to do what he did. I definitely can't even do one of those. So he did two on the same wave.
Yeah, the second one I'd say would be the one that was scored. You can tell by that first one, it didn't have a lot of pop to it. It was a bit more chop hoppy in comparison. That second one was a nice loft. Look at this rain coming down. I mean, Rio, he's in the thick of it out the back there. Scores in a 4.25 for that last of Dylan Wilcoxon. So judges making him work for it at this point. They want to see him go above and beyond. They want him to channel that inner NIAS champion who was getting excellent scores and really just looking pretty unstoppable. And, you know, I'm not sure if he would have surfed a heat in these kind of conditions. So this could be something new and something for him to experience, where Rio, on the other hand, he's been doing it for so long, nothing should faze him at this point. We're going to go on insider again here for Dylan. I feel like he's going to get out the back and get one of those set waves.
Yeah, exactly. I think he needs to get out there. I mean, look at the distance between him and Rio. He's catching waves way down on the inside that are really small and don't have that scoring potential that he needs. A 5.76, he has to aim for a 6 or higher, because not only does he need the score, but he has to make sure that Rio doesn't catch up to him so quickly. So Rio is much farther out, and Dylan is kind of staying on that inside, kind of letting Rio be, not intimidating him, but, you know, having that superior stance. And maybe Dylan should be learning from Rio at this point and seeing him be a little more picky, a little more patient. So I'm hoping he goes back out and does that.
Yeah, me too. You can see he's just got that Grom energy about him right now. He's just trying to get on a wave, try and find a score, surf a wave up. But a 5.76 is basically a 6. You know, so he's got to be on one of those bowls that has at least one nice pockety turn in it, and then gets a second one that he can start to surf up. Give us one of those end section air reverses. So just past this 5-minute mark, wow, this rain is just absolutely teeming down right now. You can see Rio now playing a little bit of defense. He's chasing him up the point at this stage. So this isn't the best situation for our young gun to want to be in right now. He's really, I feel like, yeah, this is where we're going to see him need to just keep his cool a little bit. Showcase that even though he's young, he's got this really cool, mature approach to his surfing, and needs to showcase that in his competitive decision-making skills right now.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Dylan's used to the Mentawais and waves in Indo, but it's great that he got a quarterfinal here as well in a beach break, and he's not so used to these types of conditions where it'll give him a boost of confidence. I think if he can make this heat, it's going to be huge for him.
Oh, definitely. He's going to have a look here. He's going to have a chance for the 5.76 he's chasing. Looks like there's a lot of water underneath him. Here's a ramp. Unfortunately, we just didn't get to catch up with that last wave, so we're gonna see what happened with him. But because of this rain, we unfortunately lost our cameras, so we're gonna go to a quick break and we'll come back with hopefully some more live action.
Made in the image of God, you were made to glorify God, you were made for God, and without God, there's an empty place in your life.
Travel all this way now, more than a million miles. And in a world that's fading, ooh, you make the world wow. I am striving for greatness, cause it ain't my style. I made me to be going close for the rest of my life now. Where would I be without you? I can only see
The WSL Baler International Pro QS4000 and LQS1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the municipality of Baler and the offices of Secretary Juan Edgardo Angara and the representative of the Lone District of Aurora, Honorable Romel Angara.
From grassroots to gold to greatness, that in itself is already a solid foundation. I will not hesitate. Bakit ako magdadalawang isip sa isang bagay na alam kong tama para sa kinabukasan ng bayan at ng mga bata.
Philippines, the win is over! The gold is yours! He survived a late scare.
took my heart and made it colder. I took my soul and tried to run, but I have nowhere to hide. And you'll find me every time. Me forever, I should have known it was a lie, but you always know what to say, and I always end up this way. Me wrapped around your finger when you do the things you do. You got me wrapped around your finger. Your pretty little lies, with your pretty little lies. come back, show them that way, yo. Yeah, come back, show them that way, show them. Come back, show them that way, come back, show them. As I pray, blessings make you rain. I go shoot my shot, oh, every single day. My body break every time they fail. I feel the pain, oh, my enemies go shake. Hey, you, I don't wanna hear you. All the things that you do behind my back, I see you. Gone, you fuck up. Try to get me down, but you don't fall. With the lies you cooking, you done. Every day na basa go, so them give me that gun, If I tell my mother how them they do her song, she go shout, Mama, don't cry for me, no. As I pray, blessings make you rain. I go shoot my shot, oh, every single day. My body break every time they fail. I feel the pain, oh, my enemies go shake. Hey, you, when you overlook me and you pass me by, hey, you, I don't land, I don't come, waiting be your issue. Baby, you hating on me. My talent suffocate you. With all your chest, you can't breathe. With all your chest, you can't breathe. Now, if I tell my mother how